Chapter 1291. I don't know how much time has passed. Ah. Ito softly sighed as he looked at the void that had returned to normal. He knew that the great Tang world had finished devouring it. But at this time, Ito did not care about delaying it by another half a day. Thus, he disappeared from the void and appeared in the ecological city on the Rubik's Cube continent below. He gathered all the managers and handed over the various construction work to the Great Tang world. The managers present had done this kind of thing countless times, so Ito was not worried that they would cause any problems. Thus, after handing over the work, he returned to the void of the Rubik's Cube world and ordered the Rubik's Cube to send him back to the main world. With the familiar sound of glass shattering, Ito appeared in the shrine of the main world. Alert! Alert! Intruders! Intruders! Before Ito could catch his breath, intense alarms resounded over the shrine, and several figures flew out of the shrine and appeared in front of Ito. Ah Ching, little brother King Master? They called out in unison. Mother Big Sister, Erica, Karen, Oriana, Rico, your way of welcoming me is really warm. Ito didn't know whether to laugh or cry as he looked at the people in front of him. Isn't it all because of you, little brother? Always appearing and disappearing like a ghost. Otherwise, how could it be like this? Suzu Ito, who had put away her weapon, grumbled. The others also nodded in agreement. Yes, it's all my fault. Ito helplessly shook his head. Then, he raised his voice and ordered, Little Ling Meng, remove the alarm. With these words, the intense alarms immediately stopped ringing. I didn't expect that the anti-space breach alarm I set up at home would be used on me, really. Ito shook his head and sighed again with a speechless expression. All right, let's go back to the house, Eriko reminded. Ito nodded and returned to the house with Eriko, Suzu Ito, Erica, Karen, Oriana and the combat type maid Riko. Ah Cheng. Looking at the people who entered the room, especially Ito, Reina and Yamahira Suzuka, who were waiting in the room, exclaimed in surprise. I'm back, Ito said with a smile. How long did I walk this time? Ito, who was sitting on a chair, turned his head and asked Erica. It's October 21st now. How long do you think they've been gone? Before Erica could say anything, Lin Sanjiu asked. Suzu Ito asked in annoyance. 1.5 months? Ito muttered. Then he looked at the people in the room with concern and asked. Everything is fine at home. Eriko and the others nodded one after another, indicating that there was no problem. But thinking about it, there was a legendary master in the city, and an artificial angel who didn't know how to rank. There were at least 2 S-class masters and several A-class masters in Akikuruno City. Not just anyone could come and touch it. Since the king is back, then there is something that needs the king to decide. After Ito breathed a sigh of relief, Erica said, Ito looked at Erica with some confusion. In the 1.5 months since the king left, the city's planning and construction work has basically been completed and has entered the development stage. But the king proposed to open the special skills training school. We still need the king to decide. Erica said and nodded to Yamahira Linghua. Yamahira Linghua stood up and ran back to her room. Then she returned to the room with a stack of documents and handed them to Ito. If we follow the king's proposal and lure the city to open, I believe that a large number of foreign agents will be mixed in. This will be very disadvantageous to our management work. But if we follow the previous method of selecting and cultivating talents, just the inspection alone will be very troublesome. It's not suitable for the current situation of Akikuruno City. So Lily and I are a little troubled and have decided to let the king decide. Erica chuckled. I was afraid that they wouldn't come. Ito lowered his head and looked at the report in his hand. He looked up and smiled. As long as they enter the school in the half-plane, I have ways to make them our people. If that's the case, then I don't have any problems. Erica smiled when she saw this. But since it's the first batch of students, let's do something special. Let's have a worldwide selection. Sei Ito tilted his head and thought for a moment. Little Ling Meng. Master. As soon as the words fell, a pile of photon particles suddenly appeared. Little Ling Meng, who was wearing red and white witch robes, appeared before Sei Ito and the others. Later, you will invade the world's civilian network and send out 10,000 invitation letters in a random manner. Sei Ito instructed. Yes. Little Ling Meng replied. In addition, in the virtual world that you control, send an invitation letter to all youths between the ages of 15 and 25 who use our virtual world access equipment. Sei Ito continued. Yes. Also, set the invitation letter as a special mission reward. Open a mission in the game. Sei Ito continued. Yes. Little Ling Meng replied. Won't there be too many students like this? Ping Linghua asked hesitantly. This is called casting a wide net. After all, we want to select suitable candidates from among them to join our forces. If there are too few people, we won't be able to select elite. Sei Ito smiled indifferently. Besides, who knows how many of those who receive the invitation letter will believe the contents and be willing to give up everything to study here. Afterward, Sei Ito accompanied everyone at home for a while. Then, he got up and left the house. He used his teleportation ability to leave Akakuruno City and appeared in the sky above the Demon Nation's capital. How strange. You actually came to my place. In a luxuriously decorated palace, a woman with long hair naturally draped over her shoulders, Cube, looked at the empty hall in front of her with a faint smile. She was half lying and half nestled with her hands supporting her on a soft square cushion. She was half wearing a black floral kimono with her chest wide open, revealing her fair and tender body underneath, and her long hair naturally draped over her shoulders. In the next second, Sei Ito's figure appeared in the hall with a tremor in the void. There are some things I want to ask. Sei Ito smiled. I didn't expect you to have made another breakthrough after not seeing you for a while. This really makes me surprised. Cube narrowed her eyes and carefully sized up Sei Ito for a few seconds. Her eyes were filled with murderous intent as she spoke. Sei Ito's heart trembled when he heard this. He was shocked by Cube's eyesight. At the same time, he also had some doubts about whether she was really at the legendary tier. What do you want to ask? Cube's murderous intent disappeared as quickly as it came. She quickly regained her calm and asked. Before I ask, I have a more personal matter to ask you. If it's easy to answer, then answer. If it's not easy to answer, then don't say it. Sei Ito hesitated for a moment before speaking. What's your relationship with the nine-tailed Daji of the Shang and Zhou dynasties? Sei Ito asked softly after seeing that Cube did not react. As soon as he finished speaking, Cube, who had been maintaining a calm expression, suddenly had a change in expression. Her aura erupted and raged violently in the room and the palace, turning all the furnishings in the palace into dust. What a powerful aura! And I can faintly feel something similar to divinity. However, it's different from divinity. It's somewhat similar to the divine consciousness that I compressed before. Sei Ito thought to himself. His body was as still as a rock in the face of Cube's aura. Your Highness. At the same time, several fox-faced men in priest robes who sensed Cube's rage ran to the entrance of the palace and shouted loudly. Bang! However, as soon as they finished speaking, their bodies flew out like cannonballs as if they had been hit by an invisible car. They only stopped after crashing through several buildings. They struggled to stand up from the ground with mouthfuls of blood spurting out of their mouth. It seems that my question has hit her where it hurts. Sei Ito smiled bitterly in his heart. Maybe we'll have to fight later. Otherwise, things will be troublesome. What do you want to know? Cube asked coldly as she slowly stood up from the bedchair. Her eyes flashed with murderous intent. It seems that you are indeed related to Daji of the Shang and Zhou dynasties. Ito met Kyubi's gaze and said, "So, how much do you know about the central mainland? How much do you know about the Earth Immortal Realm and the Immortal Realm? Can you tell me a little about them? You want to go there?" Kyubi sneered and said sarcastically, "No, actually, the original intention of asking this question was to find out about those legendary realms from you. I'll use this to infer the existence of the so-called upper world." Ito shook his head and explained. This was the real purpose of his visit today. At the same time, it was also because he suddenly thought of a question after helping Song K break through the void. Ito was really curious. Did the Earth Immortal Realm, the Immortal Realm, and even the legendary Western Divine Realm exist? If they did, where were they? Were they also in the vast and boundless dimensional sea? Or were they in other higher dimensional spaces? And where would he go after breaking through and so on? You're thinking too far ahead. Kyubi said softly. I can tell you that the Earth Immortal Realm and the Immortal Realm exist. I can even tell you that with your current level, you can only mix around in the Earth Immortal Realm where humans and immortals mix. If you go to the Immortal Realm, you'll be killed immediately. Kyubi sneered disdainfully. Then where do they exist? Since you said that with my current strength, I can mix around in the Earth Immortal Realm where humans and immortals mix, does that mean that I can go there now? Then where is the path to go there? Ito raised his eyebrows and asked. Chapter 1292. P.S. Thank you to NXCX, Halcyon, and Nickfany for their tips. What? Do you really want to give it a try? Kyubi looked at Ito mockingly. I'm just curious. Ito shrugged. On the 15th day of every month after midnight, at the top of Mount Tai, there's no turning back. Kyubi looked at Ito coldly. On the 15th day of every month after midnight, at the top of Mount Tai, there's no turning back? That is to say, the entrance to the Earth Immortal Realm is at the top of Mount Tai, and it opens on the 15th day of every month? Ito raised his eyebrows and said, But since the 15th and midnight are ancient times, that is to say, the 15th is the lunar month, right? Then what's the method to open it? Ito then asked. Holding the true form of the 5 sacred mountains, praying to the king of Mount Tai, reciting the path of thought. Since she had already spoken, Nine Tails had no intention of hiding anything and simply replied. 5 mountains true shape? Taoist 5 mountains true shape command. Praying to the king of Mount Tai should be the Mount Tai Lord's sacrifice, right? Ito speculated. You know a lot about Taoist sect. Kyubi squinted his eyes and looked at Ito again. A little bit. Ito said modestly. In addition, the Mount Tai Lord's sacrifice has been spread to Japan since the Tang dynasty, and it was worshipped by the Ampere family as the main god. As an onmyoji, although I'm a demon swordsman, I still pay attention to this kind of widely spread secret method. What about the Earth Immortal Realm? Then, Ito asked again. The so-called Earth Immortal Realm doesn't refer to a world, but a general name for a certain area, just like in Fusang, it's called Gao Tianyuan. In the West, it's called Heaven, like Olympus. Kyubi replied coldly. As for the way to get there, it's very simple, just go directly from the Heaven Tower in the Earth Immortal Realm. I see. Ito nodded thoughtfully and muttered to himself. Since you mentioned Takamajiehara just now, does that mean that there are inner realms in Japan that are similar to the Middle Earth Immortal Realm? Ito asked again. That's right, Nine Tails affirmed. Where? Ito asked. The Yun Nation, Nine Tails replied casually. Ito fell silent. Because this name reminded Kuroda of another mythological system, the opposite of Takamajiehara, the mythological system established by Susanoo. Earth Immortal Realm, Cloud Country, Takamagara. The Western world should be the Garden of Eden and Heaven, Mount Olympus and the courtyard of the gods. After a while, Ito muttered with a faint smile of unknown meaning. I know the way to go, but what about the way back? Ito-sei looked up at Kyubi and asked. The way back is no return. Nine-Tails said lightly. The way back is no return? If you go there, you won't be able to come back. Ito narrowed his eyes and said softly, What about you? Boy, do you want to die? Nine-Tails' murderous aura that had just been restrained burst out again, shrouding Ito's body, and asked in a cold tone. There really is a way to come back from there, but the price is not small. Seeing Nine-Tails' reaction, Ito smiled. No comment. Nine-Tails' murderous aura rose as he gritted his teeth. I was presumptuous. Ito showed a sincere expression on his face and apologized. Thank you very much for your answer, Your Highness. As a thank you gift, I will give this to Your Highness. After saying that, Ito turned his wrist and took out a sage stone that contained evil thoughts and threw it in front of Nine-Tails. Looking at the sage stone floating in front of him, Nine-Tails narrowed his eyes, then reached out and put away the sage stone in front of him. I won't disturb Your Highness' rest. I will take my leave. Ito bowed. Just as Ito was about to leave, Nine-Tails suddenly said, Let me give you a piece of advice. Strengthen your strength and forces as soon as possible. The time of choice is coming. The time of choice? Ito paused, frowned, and repeated to Nine-Tails, The time of choice? However, at this time, Nine-Tails was not going to pay attention to Ito. He lowered his body and sat back on the bedchair, leaning his body with his elbow supporting his body, and played with the sage stone that was emitting a strange pink glow under the light. Ito did not ask further, seeing this, and bowed slightly to Nine-Tails. Then, he used the Flying Thunder God Jutsu to return to the shrine. The time of choice. Ito-sei found a random place to sit down and muttered to himself with a frown, Could it be the same thing as the calamity of Osiris that I was mentioned? What is it? At this time, the problem of Ito's lack of knowledge was revealed. He knew nothing about these secrets that were only passed down among the upper echelons. Thinking of this, Ito-sei moved his mind again and used instant transmission to appear in a room. Sir. He was naked from head to toe. Only a sheet was wrapped around his waist. After seeing Ito's face with a cautious expression, Tetsuo called out with a respectful tone. Ah! At the same time, the woman who did not understand why Tetsuo suddenly jumped up finally realized that there was an extra person in the room, and instinctively screamed. Without needing Ito's orders, Tetsuo unceremoniously stared at the woman that he tricked from God knows where and used an evil spell similar to soul manipulation to take away the woman's life. Ito did not want to say more about Tetsuo's behavior of not caring about human life, so he directly asked, Tetsuo, in your sex inheritance, have you heard of any legends of a worldwide tribulation? Especially since the time is so recent. Legends of a tribulation? Tetsuo lowered his head and thought. If you want to talk about a tribulation, there is only one. It is in my sex inheritance that there is a trial of the soul, but it has the same meaning as the trial of the apocalypse that is passed down by Catholicism and other religions. Also, the time is not specified, so it should not be what Sir is looking for. After a moment, Tetsuo answered with a frown. What about the Freemasonry? Is there any legend of a tribulation? Ito asked again. No, at least I didn't notice. As for whether the prophet and the other guy know about this kind of information, I don't know. Tetsuo shook his head and replied. Go ask and see if there is such information. Ito ordered without hesitation. Yes, sir. Tetsuo replied. After giving the order, Ito did not stay and disappeared from the room again. He appeared in the Ise Grand Shrine in Miechong County and found the Grand Priest of the shrine, Mingdu. Sir. Mingdu stood up and greeted. In the inheritance of the shrine. Is there any inheritance about a tribulation? Ito asked directly. What is the tribulation that Sir is talking about? Mingdu asked in confusion. The scale is very large and may affect the whole world. Seito said. There is no such thing. There is only the legend of Yamata no Orochi breaking the seal. It is said that on the day Yamata no Orochi breaks the seal, the world will turn into hell, and the people will not live well. Heaven and earth will be dark and so on. Mingdu replied. From now on, have people go through the ancient books and check the legends about the tribulation for me. Seito frowned and ordered. Yes. Although he did not know what Seito wanted to do, Mingdu was too lazy to ask and directly nodded in agreement. Seeing this, Seito's figure flashed. He disappeared from the shrine and began to go to the next place to inquire, Jinyan's sect. Then, it was Tiantai sect, the Ministry of the Environment, Hokkaido monster race. The results were some completely unrelated legends that were completely in line with the legends of the various religious groups. For example, Jinyan's sect said that there was no sun in the sky and hell appeared. Tiantai sect said that Buddha was nirvana and the mortal world fell. Because the Ministry of the Environment had been established for too short a time and did not have a strong foundation, the legends were all Japanese folklore. The only thing that could be considered a tribulation was the Yamata no Orochi seal-breaking theory, which was the same as the Ise Grand Shrine, and a night parade of 100 demons. Of course, the night parade of 100 demons here was not an ordinary night parade of 100 demons, but a night parade of 100 demons composed of Shutendaji, Tengu, and other legendary monsters in Japanese legends. As for the Hokkaido Goblin Clan, the rumor was that a demon suppressed in the depths of Hokkaido was born. What a mess! After wandering around, Seito, who had obtained several rumors, lowered his head and cursed. But no matter what, it is absolutely necessary to strengthen my own strength and influence. As for the so-called tribulation and choice, I can only slowly investigate it. Seito, who had vented his anger, said in a low voice. Little brother, what's wrong? Since you went out and came back, your face has not been very good. Suzu Ito, who walked to Seito's side and sat down, asked. It's nothing. I just feel depressed about some things. Seito shook his head and said. Really? What can make you so depressed? Tell me about it. Suzu Ito asked with a face full of interest. Actually, it's nothing. I just feel a little dissatisfied with my own cultivation progress. Seito lied half-truthfully. Little brother, do you have a fever? Suzu Ito pretended to exaggerate and reached out to touch Seito's forehead and said, if your words were to spread, not only would those 40 or 50 years old guys who only reached a level jump and commit suicide. Even those old legendary monsters who have lived for who knows how long will come out to kill you. Don't you think about how old you are? You're only 21 years old. After the new year, you'll only be 22. This level of legendary might not be unprecedented, but it's certain that no one will be able to surpass it in the future. You still think it's slow? How can I, your big sister, endure this? Looking at Suzu Ito, who was a little agitated by his change of topic, Seito was stunned and said helplessly, I was wrong, okay? You know you were wrong? Suzu Ito looked at Seito and said casually, Yes, I know I was wrong. Seito nodded in acknowledgement. Since that's the case, it's not like I can't forgive you. However, you have to accompany me into the virtual game and let me give you a good beating. Then, tomorrow, accompany me to go shopping. Suzu Ito nodded and said. She then stood up and stretched out her arms. Speaking of which, it's been a long time since I went shopping in the main world's Tokyo. Okay. Seito nodded with a helpless expression. He then stood up and followed Suzu Ito back to the room. He took out the game login device and logged into the virtual game. Then, he accompanied Suzu Ito to play. While he and Suzu Ito were playing the game, little Ling Meng sent out the invitation letters for the Special Skills Training School. What's this? In a well-decorated and exquisite room, A young woman dressed in transparent silk pajamas with a head full of wet long black hair that was naturally scattered behind her head opened the mail page that suddenly popped up on the computer on the table. She muttered to herself with a puzzled look on her face. If Ito or Ito Reina were here, they would discover that this young woman was an acquaintance of theirs. She was one of Ito Reina's former good friends. She had once reported Ito to Tokyo University's student, Naoko Junko. Do you want to possess magical abilities? Do you want to become a transcendent superhuman? If you do, then follow the address below to register. This place will make all of this a reality. At the bottom of the letter, there were a few words clearly printed in black at the registration office of the Special Skills Training School, number 5, Nanfanko First Branch Road of Akuya City. Online distribution? Swindling? Or is it some new religious organization? Naoko Junko's eyes revealed a trace of disdain as she controlled the mouse to close the email. She then sat on the chair and continued browsing online. There were many people who felt the same disdain towards the email that had appeared out of nowhere. They believed that it was some sort of sick program. One by one, they closed the email and deleted it. Some were even more cautious and began to check for viruses. Of course, there were those who believed and those who did not. As a matter of fact, in a dim little house in a city in the western district of the United States, a thin boy with a sickly pale face stared at the screen in front of him with his eyes shining. He muttered to himself, "Opportunity, opportunity, opportunity. I must go. Yes, I must go." After saying that, he ran to a corner of the room like a madman and violently pulled open a drawer. He took out a pile of scattered US dollars and stuffed them into his pocket. He then packed up his luggage, looking as if he was about to set off. What is this? Far away in the capital, Chun Shichin was about to go to sleep when she looked at the invitation letter that had appeared on the elven book in her hand. As one of the users of the virtual reality game, Chun Shichin had also received an invitation from Little Spirit Dream. It should be an invitation letter from a special school that provides ability training. Judging from the registration address written on the invitation letter, it is very likely that it is a school that Sir ordered people to open. As the AI program of the Elven Book, Chun Linghui answered. He is really bold. Chun Shichin was stunned. Linghui, do you think I should go or not? Following that, Chun Shichin asked hesitantly. Chapter 1293. That depends on Master's choice. Chun Linghui, the smart program, said, if Master is ready to enter that world, and you really want to become a metahuman, I suggest that Master accept the invitation and go there to learn. If Master just wants to learn for fun, I don't recommend Master to accept the invitation. My mentality. Chun Shichin turned around and leaned on the bed. She looked at the dark room with her head tilted to one side and muttered to herself, yes, am I really mentally prepared to enter that wonderful world? Chun Shichin's imagination ran wild over the question of whether to accept the invitation, causing her to not sleep well all night, and the various performances of the guys who received the invitation from other countries. On Seito's side, after being beaten up by Suzu Ito in the form of a sandbag in the combat arena built by the virtual game as scheduled, the next day, Suzu Ito pulled him out of the house and drove him to downtown Yodo. However, unlike what he expected, in addition to the two of them, Ito Reina also excitedly pulled Yamashita Linghua along after knowing that they were going out shopping. Liliana and Erika also accompanied him later on, using the excuse of being the king's first knight and housekeeper respectively. In the end, Seito, who felt a little helpless, could only bring along his whole family except for his mother, including the maid. Therefore, it was natural that Seito, who was surrounded by many beautiful women, became the object of envy, jealousy, and resentment of all the men on the streets of Shinjuku as soon as he got out of the car. He was surrounded by endless resentment. Hey, beauties, do you want to go and have some fun together? Just when Ito and the others walked to a certain pedestrian street, 7 or 8 young men with dyed hair and dressed like hooligans stopped them. Ignoring Ito's existence, he flirted with Suzu Ito, Reina Ito, Erika, Liliana, Karen, Valletta, Oriana, Kinuhata Sai, Yamaguchi Suzuka, and the battle maid. After coming to this world for so long, I've finally experienced the feeling of the so-called femme fatale in the novels of my previous life. When Ito saw this, he thought to himself helplessly, I just hope that they won't die too miserably and leave any psychological trauma. It's better if he can't get it up for the rest of his life. You want to play with us? Suzu Ito's legs were wrapped in black thermal stockings. She was wearing a grayish-black mid-length skirt, a light yellow knitted sweater, and a long windbreaker. She glanced at Ito beside her and asked with interest. Yeah, what do you think? We have 8 people on our side. We can definitely satisfy the needs of the ladies. The yellow-haired man who spoke chuckled. Suzu Ito held Ito's arm and winked at the yellow-haired man. Then you have to ask if my dear agrees or not. Isn't that simple? Watch me. The yellow-haired man who thought he had succeeded said confidently, then turned to look at Ito and said frivolously, Kid, if you know what's good for you, then get out of the way. Otherwise, don't blame us for being rude. That's right. These women aren't something that your small body can handle. Get out of the way. The other hooligans echoed. Stop playing, it's boring. Under the gloating gazes of Erika, Uriana, Karen, who had her arms crossed, and Ito Rino, whose mouth was twitching slightly, Ito-sei looked at Ito Rin helplessly and said to her, Don't worry, I'm going to kill you. How can it be? This is a rare movie scene in reality. How can it not be interesting? Suzu Ito exaggerated. I don't want to talk to you. Ito rolled his eyes. Riko, deal with them. Remember not to kill them. Ito ordered in a low voice. Yes. A long black dress covered her body. Inside the small jacket responded and quickly rushed into the group of 8 hoodlums. With a punch or a kick, he knocked them all to the ground within a second. Their faces were filled with pain as they lost consciousness. Let's go, Ito said. Then they bypassed the bodies of the 8 people on the ground and continued to stroll in Shinjuku, Aikidai, Kanagawa, and other bustling areas of Tokyo. At around 9 o'clock in the evening, they drove back to the shrine with big and small bags. After listening to their chatter for a long time and watching them return to their rooms, he got up and left the living room. He activated the Flying Thunder God technique and appeared in Iceland. Then, he continued to use instant transmission to move to the depths of Iceland that was covered by a vast layer of snow. After a while, Ito once again came to the ice field where he lost his sense of direction due to the battle with Bartlett. Hey, Angela Hagelberg, are you there? Ito used psychokinesis to envelop his voice and transmitted it to a wide area. Angela Hagelby ignored him. Last time when Ito lost his sense of direction, she used her spirit to possess the body of a Snow Wolf Pack's leader to stop Ito from moving forward. She also pointed out the direction to go and called herself the god King Odin's Earth Patrol, Guard, and Warrior. Whoosh! Not long after the sound spread, a gust of wind blew in the air. The familiar female voice rang in Ito's ears. We meet again, stranger. Angela, who was still elusive, greeted in a soft and calm tone. If this kind of meeting counts as meeting. Ito smiled. Angela didn't answer. Obviously, she didn't have any intention of agreeing with Ito. Sir, why are you looking for me? Angela asked. It's like this. I want to know if there are any legends about calamities in your Nordic inheritance. Ito shrugged and explained his intentions. What are you referring to? Angela asked. A calamity that can affect the entire world. It's somewhat similar to the judgment of the end of the world. Ito replied after thinking about the calamity of Osiris, that I was mentioned and the time Cube reminded him of. Yes. Angela didn't answer Seito after he finished speaking. Instead, she was silent for a moment before speaking in an ethereal tone. Can you tell me more? Seito raised his eyebrows and asked. Our king awoke from his eternal frozen slumber. Seeing that everything in front of him was no longer the same as before, our king, who decided to establish the Holy Kingdom once again, carried out the judgment of God on the ignorant humans who occupied his land, killed his people, and didn't believe in him. He chose suitable people to enter his land and live there. Angela explained mysteriously. Our king? Judgment of God? In other words, the judgment of calamities in the Nordic inheritance refers to the actions of the voters carried out by Odin himself? Seito frowned and thought to himself. It's somewhat similar to the revelation of the angel of judgment in the Catholic Church. Thank you for your answer. Seito raised his head and expressed his gratitude. Can you tell me why you want to know all of this? Angela suddenly asked. Because someone told me that a calamity is coming, Seito replied softly. Sorry to disturb you. I'll take my leave now. After a few seconds of silence, Seito spoke again. Then, his figure flashed and disappeared into the snowstorm. It's also time to carry out the awakening ceremony for them. Angela's voice gradually faded in the gradually drifting snow. Although I didn't check in Africa, I remember that there is a legend among the indigenous tribes there that a god will descend and reclassify everything on the ground. This way, all the countries in the world have described the contents of the judgment of the apocalypse. It seems that this calamity is really not easy to pass. Seito, who returned to the room, sighed inwardly. Then, he turned around and walked into Karen's bedroom. Amidst her exclamation, he pressed her to the ground and made love to her. After a long while, Karen let out a long moan. Her skin was pink, and her body was covered in sweat. Her face was flushed, and her eyes were dazed. However, because of the 5 years of dual cultivation in the Tang world, his ability in that area had improved greatly. Moreover, Seito was completely unable to satisfy Karen, so he had no choice but to move Valletta to Karen's room. He turned over and pressed her to the ground before continuing to make love to her. Then, under the cooperation of the two sides, the three of them finally lay down on the ground together after a long time. Since the calamity is difficult, I will continue to strengthen myself. I don't believe that when I advance to the divine rank, I won't be able to withstand the chaos of you gods and demons. Seito said fiercely as he hugged Valletta and Karen tightly. There are 4 elements to becoming a god: divinity, divine body, divine soul, and godhead. Although my path is different, my divinity can be considered to have been formed. What I lack is time to let it grow, and then let my body and soul evolve into a divine soul and a divine body. It's the same for the Godhead. There are 2 ways to speed up this process. One is by chance and the other is by faith. First of all, the path of faith can basically be ruled out. Although as long as there are enough believers, the speed of obtaining faith is definitely fast enough, but the dependence on faith is too high. Even because of the distracting thoughts on the path of faith, it is not unheard of for gods to fall. In other words, if I want to advance without any side effects, I can only rely on chance. Then, where is my chance? Seito frowned and pondered. Grim Reaper, Demon High School, Exorcist Boy, Eva, 0 Degree Warrior, King of Fighters, Final Fantasy, Model Moon, Shoe Mountain, X-Men, Captain America. The names of several worlds quickly appeared in Seito's mind, allowing him to analyze them one by one. Which one should I start from? Seito muttered in his mind. Ah Cheng, what are you thinking about? Why are you always frowning? Just as Seito was thinking, Karen, who had recovered some strength, suddenly asked. Chapter 1294. I'm thinking about how to increase your strength, Seito said as he pinched Karen's plump chest. Our strength? Why do you want to increase our strength? Could it be another powerful enemy has appeared? Karen's expression changed as she struggled to get up and asked Seito in a serious tone. Valletta, who had her eyes closed, quickly opened her eyes and looked at Seito. That's not the case. Ito Seiji grabbed Karen and Valletta's arms and pulled them back into his arms. While stroking their smooth and tender skin, he explained to them, "Don't worry about it. Just because there isn't one now doesn't mean there won't be one in the future. So just in case, I want to increase your strength." "I see." Upon hearing this explanation, Karen nodded in relief. "But how can we increase the strength of the two of you?" Ito Sei turned to look at Valletta and Karen in his arms and asked softly. "Isn't that simple? Just get Mr. Lloyd and Miss Lakshata to develop a new powerful mech body. That way, I believe Valletta and I will be able to increase our combat power by a lot." Karen thought for a moment and said, "As for our individual strength, we just need to train more." "That's right." Valletta rubbed her head and agreed. Body. Yes, body. How did I forget about those 3 worlds?" Seito slapped his forehead and was speechless. "What worlds?" Karen asked curiously. "The world of the revolutionary body, the bio-booster armor, and the D-Boy Universe Knight," Seito replied. The revolutionary body was an original animation released by the animation company known for its robot animation at the end of 2012. The story was about a young man who was studying in the Universe Ecological Component School, Dawson Academy. He was actually studying in the military experiment facility of the neutral country Gyre. Due to an unexpected war attack, he boarded a strange body named Valvrave 1 to fight against the invaders. Let's not talk about the plot. The key was the Valvrave number 1. Its unique design concept and combat ability made it a good material for Royd, Lakshata, Erica, and Celine to research and modify. As long as they succeeded, the performance of Valletta and Karen's airframes would be greatly enhanced. It would increase their combat power. As for the other bio-boost armor world, it was the story of an ordinary high school student, Akiyoshi Fukamachi, who accidentally obtained a super life form combat weapon left behind by an alien life form that descended on Earth hundreds of thousands of years ago, Kaba. Among them, the super body combat weapon, Kaba, was Ito Sei's target. Its power was so strong that it definitely belonged to the category of star-destroying weapons, if converted to the power of ability users. Becoming a demigod shouldn't be a problem. The only thing that made people feel disgusted was that Kaba's appearance when he was wearing the armor was really unflattering. He was like a tentacle monster, hugging the wearer and then transforming into an armor form, completely showing the evil taste of an alien. And the world of the last D-Boy Universe Knight. It was the story of the resistance battle after the alien lifeforms invaded Earth in the future. The power of the armor was so strong that it was comparable to Kaba in the bio-boost armor. It was a star-destroying weapon. But what was more difficult to accept was that to wear the armor, the wearer had to have a parasitic alien lifeform in their body. Otherwise, it would have no effect at all. So after thinking about this world, Seito instantly excluded it from his mind. While recalling the plots of the 3 worlds, Seito also roughly described the forms of armor in these 3 worlds. Forget about the bio-boost armor, it feels a bit disgusting. After listening to Seito's description, Karen shrunk her shoulders and said, "But the power of that armor is really tempting." As a soldier, Valletta, who was determined to pursue power, frowned and said. Karen frowned and didn't refute. In fact, the most powerful part of the Kaba armor is the attached abilities, such as space control, climate control, gravity control, energy control, and so on. These things can be basically achieved with the current technology in our hands, but we can't make it as small as the Kaba armor for the time being. So as long as we have enough good materials, I believe it shouldn't be a problem to transform a super life armor similar to the Kaba armor. Seito thought about it and said, So later, I will go to these two worlds and bring back the things I can get for Royd and the others to study. Then, I will go to the other world to do basic training and provide time for Royd and the others to create the finished product. As long as it's not that disgusting way of dressing, I have no problem with that. Karen nodded in agreement. Valletta on the side also nodded in agreement. Now let me think about which world to spend time in after I get those things. Saito looked up and said. Karen and Valletta didn't speak after hearing that. They lay quietly in Saito's arms and closed their eyes to rest. Divine soul, divine body, Godhead. Among them, the Death God world has the method to upgrade one's soul. It's also the world where one can stay for the longest time. If one enters early enough, it won't be a problem to stay for more than 100 years. But at the same time, too much time will pass in the main world, and some changes won't be noticed. So, it's okay to go there, but it's best to remember the time and not blindly stay for too long. Saito's thoughts began to run. Demon High School world can also obtain information about divine souls and divine bodies. If one behaves well, it won't be a problem to stay for 2 or 3 years. But the disadvantages are equally obvious. There are too many people above the legendary level, demigod, and even gods. There are fallen angels, demon kings, foreign gods, and divine weapons. One wrong move and it will cause a lot of trouble, but the rewards are enough. The Exorcist world has Noah, Holiness, and the Millennium Duke. It definitely has information about soul upgrading. If I work hard, it's even possible to get ancient alchemy and the creation method of Holiness. The disadvantage is that I have to get in touch with the crazy Earl. So, I can't rule it out. Saito couldn't help but frown when he thought of the Exorcist world. The apostles of the evil world and the fruit of wisdom are all good stuff. The S2 mechanism and the AT force field are also divine weapons. The existence of Lily's silk is even more special. With my ability, it's safe enough to go there. The 0-degree warrior world has an exorcist like the Exorcist world and an apostle like Noah in the evil world. There's also Maria, who is like an angel from God. There's also the stigmata of holiness. Its combat power is strange, and it has a freezing field similar to the AT force field. Pandora's acceleration technique can reach twice the speed of sound. In terms of speed alone, I'm not bad. But as a material world, it's worth going there. The King of Fighters world has Orochi, Grandmasters of Combat, and divine weapons. However, the power system is unknown, and the upper limit is hard to determine. It's still pending. The Final Fantasy has the consciousness of the planet. As long as I communicate with it properly, there's no need to worry about the whole process. I can even use it to trace the origin of the soul. Other than dealing with Seraphis, who is also considered half a planet's consciousness, it's the best world to obtain the planet's consciousness. I have to go. Shaped moon. Origin, suppression, I can only steal the world of the past. Saito sighed silently. Mount Shu, magic treasures, immortal cultivation techniques, and other rare treasures and elixir formulas. It's worth going there. The only problem is that the level of combat there is a little heaven-defying. Immortals exist. Saito sighed again in his heart. The X-Men, all kinds of mutants, and that exaggerated Black Phoenix that's connected to the undead in the universe. And the Captain America world is the Rubik's Cube. I really want to know how that thing is different from my Rubik's Cube. Saito narrowed his eyes and thought. It's decided. I'll first go to the Biogenesis Armor world to steal the Kaba unit, then go to the Revolutionary Machine world to steal the number 1 unit, then enter the Evil world for a short stay, then enter the 0-degree warrior world, the X-Men world, and the Captain America world to collect materials. Finally, I'll go to the Final Fantasy to devour the planet's consciousness and enter the Grim Reaper world to complete my cultivation. As for Mount Shu, Shaped Moon, and the Demon High School world, I'll put them aside for now, Ito decided in his heart. Then, he put these thoughts aside and hugged Valletta and Karen in his arms to rest. Anyway, this kind of thing can't be rushed, and there's a time difference, so Ito and the other two slept very soundly and slept until dawn. The three of them washed their bodies with the water that Ito Seiji summoned, changed into new clothes, and walked out of Karen's room together. They came to the living room and had breakfast with everyone. Then, it was Karen's turn to go to the admissions office to receive students. She, Nakira Suzuki, Valletta, Kinuhata Sayai, and Oriana left the house and went to their respective offices. Then, Seito greeted his elder sister Suzu Ito, his second sister Rita Ito, his mother Eriko, and his guardian knight Erika and Liliana. Then he used instant transmission to flash out of the house, appeared in the half-plane, and entered the Rubik's Cube world. Rubik's Cube, send me to this world. Standing in the void of the Rubik's Cube world, Seito recalled the information of the Biogenesis armor world in his mind and ordered loudly. Information received, beginning search. The search complete, target world coordinates locked, begin teleportation. After a pause of about 4 to 5 seconds, the Rubik's Cube's information once again appeared in Seito's mind. As soon as the information fell, a distorted vortex immediately appeared in the void of the Rubik's Cube world, and it expanded at a speed visible to the naked eye. In almost the blink of an eye, it expanded to a diameter of about 1 kilometer. It spun at high speed like a tornado, producing a strong suction force that sucked Seito, who was suspended below it, into it. He turned into a stream of light and disappeared in the center of the vortex like a bubble. Chapter 1295. P.S. Thank you to Halcyon, Gon Hongxiang, Black Sunday 3, and Where the Soul Goes for the Precious Moondrift. Thank you to Halcyon, Nickfany, and NXCX for the reward. Crackle, in the familiar sound of glass breaking, Seito's figure appeared in a mountain forest. Same old rules, find the person first, then make a plan according to the situation. Seito, who had completed the world deception outside his body, thought to himself. Then, with a thought, he chose a direction at random and moved out. With Seito's exaggerated movement, he appeared in a city in less than 10 minutes. The best way to trace the traces of people was to ask the local police station. Therefore, after entering the city, Seito immediately went to the local police station without hesitation. He used hypnosis to control the staff of the Household Registration Department and asked them to find the address of the target he was looking for. Soon, Itose was able to determine the city of Fukacho Shio, Shin Fukacho, Ruiki Segawa, and Tetsuro Segawa by searching their names and relative information. Fortunately, the city where they were located was around the city where he was at this time. They were about 30 kilometers away from each other, which was not very far. It would take less than a minute to travel with instant transmission. So after a minute, Seito appeared outside the Fukachi family. Then, Seito asked passers-by for the location of the nearby school. He rushed to the gate of a private school where Seito, Ruiki Segawa, and Tetsuro Segawa studied. He leaned against the wall facing the school gate with his arms crossed and waited. At this time, it was about 2 o'clock in the afternoon. There was less than half an hour left before the normal dismissal time of Nippon High School, so he didn't have to wait for long. Accompanied by the dull sound of an electric bell, a large group of male and female students wearing black uniforms and blue and white sailor uniforms walked out of the teaching building. Seeing this, Seito's spirit was lifted. His eyes were like the highest resolution camera as he searched the students. After a while, Seito's gaze locked onto a man with a bulbous nose. A male student with a pair of frameless glasses and a slightly plump figure thought to himself. This person was an important supporting character in the anime, the good friend of the main character, Shin Futamo, and the older brother of Ruiki Segawa, the woman whom the main character deeply loved, Tetsuro Segawa. However, just as Seito was about to approach Segawa Tetsuro, two middle-aged men, one fat and one thin, silently followed Segawa Tetsuro, who walked out of the school alone. They followed him to his residence. TSK. Looks like I came at a bad time, right after the start of the storyline. How unlucky. Seito frowned as he watched the three of them leave. Based on the current situation, Capcom 2 must have been taken back by the Japanese branch of the secret organization, Chronos. It was currently being stored in the company's headquarters. However, Zhang Heng was not sure if the Capcom 2 had been installed by Felix. However, Capcom 3 was still in standby mode. It was hidden in a secret freezer in a stronghold by the Urals. It had not been installed yet. Does that mean that Capcom 3 is the only thing we can do now? Seito thought to himself. Zoro. While Seito was deep in thought, the main character of Capcom, Shin Futamo, ran out of the school and caught up to Segawa Tetsuro, who was stopped by the two men who looked like police officers. However, they were actually Chronos Beast soldiers. They are. Shin Futamo looked at the two men in confusion. Oh, they are the police. They are here to investigate the incident at Mount Chengzawa. Segawa Tetsuro explained. Why? Were you there when the incident happened? Among the two, the slightly shorter, plump, middle-aged man with a small brown hat on his head asked. That. Shin Fukachi, who had a guilty conscience, turned her head to the side and said in a low voice, not daring to look at the other party's eyes. If that's the case, why don't you come with us? The man asked. Shin Futamo and Segawa Tetsuro were just two innocent high school students. They did not have the courage to object. All they could do was follow the two men into a parked car and let the car drive them away. The moment the car drove away, the student council president of a private school walked out of the school. He looked like an artist as he walked out of the school gate. He stared at the car that was disappearing into the distance. No one knew what he was thinking. On the other side, after some time, the car that was carrying Shin Fukachi and Tetsuro Segawa was parked in an abandoned factory building. They pushed Shin Futamo and Segawa Tetsuro, who were forced out of the car into the factory, and locked the door. Kid, tell me, where is Guyver? The short, plump, middle-aged man asked Shin Futamo and Segawa Tetsuro with a wicked smile. I don't know. Segawa Tetsuro answered nervously. Humph, how dare you be so stubborn? The middle-aged man said unhappily. I really don't know. Segawa Tetsuro said hurriedly. Walls, it's time for dinner. The middle-aged man glanced at Shin Futamo, who was also nervous, and said to a man in a black suit behind him. Understood. As soon as he finished speaking, the man laughed wickedly. His body immediately expanded rapidly. He tore his clothes apart and turned into a strange creature with a bat's head and red fur all over its body. It flashed behind Shin Futamo, who was defenseless. A pair of beast arms bent under Shin Futamo's armpits and lifted Shin Futamo up like a fishing hook. It then put its large, sharp mouth, which was dripping thick saliva, next to Shin Futamo's head. It looked like it was about to open its mouth and eat him. Jing! Segawa Tetsuro shouted in panic. Heh heh! The beast soldier let out a sinister laugh. In the pond. Segawa Tetsuro answered loudly. You're lying. The middle-aged man shouted angrily. The beast soldier who was holding Shin Futamo tightened his grip again, causing Shin Futamo to cry out in pain. It's really in the pond. I saw him enter the pond with my own eyes. Segawa Tetsuro said loudly. No, we've already searched the pond. There's nothing in it. The middle-aged man retorted. It's really there. You have to believe me. Segawa Tetsuro said anxiously. You won't cry until you see the coffin. The middle-aged man snorted coldly. As soon as he finished speaking, the beast soldier threw Shin Futamo's body against the rusty wall. Then, as Shin Futamo cried out in pain, He quickly rushed in front of Shin Futomo and leaned toward Shin Futomo's head. "Kill him," the middle-aged man ordered. "Ah, Guyver." Shin Futomo smelled the stench coming from the beast soldier's mouth. Shin Futomo screamed when he felt the biting cold, killing intent coming from the other party. Then, a dazzling ball of light about 2 meters in diameter appeared behind Shin Futomo, forcing the beast soldier in front of him to retreat. At the same time, a strange-looking armor appeared from the ball of light and combined with Shin Futomo in less than a second. Dimensional space technology. Itose, who was hiding on the side, looked at the disappearing ball of light and thought to himself. "Combo, Guyver," the middle-aged man said in shock. Bang, 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 bang. The others cautiously took out their pistols and fired at Shin Futomo, who had transformed into Shin Futomo. However, as soon as the bullets landed on Shin Futomo's body, they stopped. Then, they were forced out of Shin Futomo's body by the regenerated Shin Futomo. In particular, one of the bullets flew toward Segawa Tetsuro's head. However, the moment the bullet was about to hit Segawa Tetsuro, a red ray shot out from the crystal on Shin Futomo's forehead, melting the bullet into a pile of iron shavings. Biofiber strengthening, infrared laser weapon, Seito thought to himself as he collected Shin Futomo's data. Roar! Seeing that the bullets were not effective, the men who were still in human form all turned into red-furred monsters with giant bat heads and charged at Shinji Jing, restraining him. "Jing!" Segawa Tetsuro shouted. At this time, Shin Futomo, who was being suppressed by the beast soldiers, tightened his arms and instantly broke free from the suppression of 2 of them. Then, he punched and kicked them to death on the spot. "It's the same bio-strengthening technology as the Black Sphere combat suit," Seito said. Roar! Seeing that the people below him were all dead, the middle-aged man who had maintained his human form also let out a strange roar. His body expanded. In the blink of an eye, he became an earthy yellow monster that was comparable to a xenomorph, but without a tail. Then, the earth-colored monster's armor-like shoulders straightened, revealing a pair of fan-like things inside. 2 dazzling lights began to converge on them. "If I remember correctly, this looks like a bio-laser cannon that uses the body's heat as its energy source," Seito said quietly. Whoosh! The next moment, 2 bright yellow energy beams shot out, brushing past Shin Futomo's body and landing on the metal wall behind him. The blazing laser beam directly melted the wall into a pile of molten iron. Seeing that its attack missed, the earthy yellow beast soldier didn't stop. It continued to fire lasers at Shin Futomo. However, it was completely ineffective against Shin Futomo, who had gradually gotten used to dodging. All of the lasers landed on the walls of the factory, melting the walls into molten iron that emitted a blazing aura. "Kid, what do you think will happen if the laser cannon hits someone?" After a while, the beast soldier remembered Segawa Tetsuro sitting on the ground and pointed its laser cannon at Segawa Tetsuro and mocked him. Shin Futomo's figure flashed and blocked in front of Segawa Tetsuro. He faced the beast soldier and the laser cannon that had gathered on his shoulders. Then, in the very next second, Yi Zichen's eyes lit up. Shin Futomo abruptly raised his hand and grabbed the square on his chest that resembled a pectoral muscle and pulled it out. 2 cannon muzzles that rapidly converged light blue particle energy abruptly appeared in front of everyone. Then, 2 particle light cannons shot out to meet the laser cannon shot by the beast soldier. The particle cannons were extremely powerful. The moment they collided with the laser cannon, the energy of the laser cannon was neutralized. Then, the remaining force continued to shoot forward, melting the beast soldier in its path into a pile of dust. It continued to shoot straight into the sky for more than 10 kilometers before slowly dissipating into the air. Although there isn't much data, it's enough for Lloyd and the others to use as a reference. Seito thought to himself as he put away the collected data and Cap's battle footage. Then, he turned his head to look outside the factory, at the Urians from Curly Island who were also watching the battle from a corner. "It's your turn now," Seito thought to himself. After that, he used his mental power to leave a mark on Shin Futomo, who did not know how to use mental power yet. Then, he used the convenience of hiding in the spatial crevice to leave the dilapidated factory. He followed the Urians from Curly Island into the distance, and followed him into a large building until he stopped in a dimly lit room. The Urians from Curly Island walked to the wall on one side of the room and reached out to press on the wall. An electronic keyboard hidden in the wall appeared in front of the Urians from Curly Island. He pressed on it a few times. Then, a soft sound was heard. The tightly sealed wall slowly opened to reveal a bright space that was emitting cold air. The space was about 30 centimeters in diameter and 10 centimeters thick. It was an irregular circular shape with a spherical crystal embedded in the middle that was exactly the same as the one on Shin Futomo's forehead. The outer layer of the crystal was tightly wrapped by strips of pink meaty material that looked like tendons. The outer layer of the crystal was confined by 3 lead-made metals. The Urians from Curly Island and Seito, who were hiding in the corner, saw the strange, nameless object that was about 30 centimeters in diameter and 10 centimeters thick. It was an irregular circular shape with a spherical crystal embedded in the middle that was exactly the same as the one that was embedded in Shin Futomo's forehead. The outer layer of the crystal was tightly wrapped by strips of pink meaty material that looked like tendons. The outer layer of the crystal was confined by 3 lead-made metals. The Urians from Curly Island and Seito, who were hiding in the corner, saw the strange, nameless object. This was the Gaivarii that the Kronos organization was closely tracking. Seeing this, Itose didn't hesitate anymore. He immediately used his spiritual force to form a shock wave that rushed into the mind of the unsuspecting Urun, knocking him out. Then, he flashed out of the spatial crevice and slowly walked to the Gaivarii. He reached out and picked it up. Of course, in order not to activate it, Seito was very careful not to touch anything other than the metal, especially the crystal controller in the middle. Next, it's time to go to the ruins. But I remember that only people who wear Capcom can enter that thing. It's a little troublesome. Seito put away the Gaivarii and thought to himself, forget it. Anyway, this Gaivarii will be used for human experiments during the research. At most, I'll let the experimental subjects enter the descender spaceship at that time. As for now, I'll just pack up the ruins. Having made up his mind, Seito did not stay in the Curly Island residence any longer. He directly teleported and disappeared from the Curly Island residence, moving toward Mei-Nai Holy Mountain. In just 10 minutes, Seito arrived at Mei-Nai Holy Mountain. He released his mental power and flew around the entire mountain while exploring the location of the ruins base. Using mental scanning and mental sensing, after another 10 minutes, Seito finally found the entrance to the ruins base. It was a cleverly concealed cave. Then, he flashed into the cave and moved toward the underground base. This process was perfectly executed under the powerful concealment and practicality of the spatial ability. Without alerting any of the beast soldiers, they sneaked into the core control room of the ruins base and used their electric discharge and electromagnetic control abilities to cut out all the research data in the entire ruins base. Chapter 1296. There was a lot of information stored in the ruins base, but most of it was research data on the descender spaceship. Only a small portion was related to cells, genetic modification, and beast soldiers. To Seito, it was better than nothing, so it could be considered as reference material. In fact, Seito was not interested in the so-called beast soldiers. Manipulating genetic information to transform a person into that kind of appearance, although it was powerful, was really too disgusting. Therefore, even if he had stolen the information, he did not intend to give the information about the beast soldiers to his biological laboratory. At most, He would only give them the information about the cells and genetic modification, so that they could improve the condition of the new humans and solve the problem of their fertility. After stealing the information, Seito released his psychic power and formed a wide-area psychic attack, knocking down the group of ordinary scientists in the core control room. Then, he used teleportation to appear in front of the black descender spaceship that looked like a warhead that had been magnified hundreds of times. He opened up the Rubik's Cube world, sucked the spaceship and the surrounding concrete into the Rubik's Cube world, and threw it on an uninhabited island. Wearing. Following the disappearance of the spaceship and the destruction of the surrounding buildings, a loud alarm sounded throughout the ruins base. After completing the task of collecting the target, Seito, who was no longer interested in the ruins base, disappeared from the chaotic underground base in a flash. He reappeared in the sky outside Mainai Mystic Mountain, and then disappeared from the sky above Mainai Mystic Mountain in a flash. This time, he was heading to the location of the Chronos Japanese branch. After about a quarter of an hour, Seito appeared in the 30-story building that was known to the public as MAC. It was worth mentioning that the person in charge of the Chronos Japanese branch was the adoptive father of the Urun from Kurajima, who was attacked and robbed by Seito. Kurajima also. However, the relationship between the two was not good. This could be seen from the fact that the loss of the Urun from Kurajima would cause the death of the person in charge, Kurajima also, who had obtained the Urun from Kurajima also, did not hand over the Urun from Kurajima also. I remember that in the original work, 2 more days, the Commander-in-Chief of Chronos, one of the 12 Divine Beast Generals, Richard Ju, is about to arrive. This is a good opportunity to obtain the Divine Beast Crystal. I can also study what kind of toy this thing is. Seito pondered on the way to the top-floor control room. It was still very smooth, and Ito-sei invaded the core control room. Using illusions to deceive the researchers, who were ordinary people, he used his discharge ability to control electronic signals and began to plunder the information stored in the entire branch. This time, Seito had obtained a lot of information on beast soldier modulation. Not only did it include the technology to manufacture beast soldier cells, but it also included the technology to adjust genetic information code. It even included the technology to make some weapons. Of course, there was also research data regarding Felix's cloak combination too, which allowed him to obtain a great harvest. After a while, Seito finished copying the information and put it away. He thought to himself, all that's left is Felix, and then we can wait for the Beast God General to arrive. He then grabbed a researcher and asked about Felix's whereabouts. Inspector Felix is in the lounge on the 28th floor. The researcher with confused eyes replied. After getting the answer he wanted, Seito tossed the researcher aside and left the control room. He headed to the lounge on the 28th floor. Soon, Seito arrived at the 28th floor that was used for rest, entertainment, leisure, and exercise. He found the blonde foreigner, Felix, who was drinking in a large suite that was comparable to the presidential suite, and restrained him. However, at the moment when Felix lost his consciousness, the dimensional distortion light sphere of the Capth armor suddenly appeared in the room. In less than a second, it spontaneously attached itself to the unconscious Felix's body and launched an attack at Seito. Excess defense action. Under any circumstances, when the host loses consciousness, the Bio-Boost armor would activate its host protection program. During this period, anyone who tried to approach the host and was deemed as a threat would be attacked by the Bio-Boost armor until the target was completely wiped out. In an instant, a blazing laser beam flew towards Seito's body. Seito's figure flashed and appeared behind Felix. He released his telekinesis and surrounded Felix's body and restrained him. Bang! In the next moment there was a muffled sound. Along with the distortion of space around Felix, Felix suddenly broke free from Ito-sei's telekinesis shackles. He turned around and raised his arm to send a powerful shockwave at Ito-sei. Pressure cannon. The energy absorbed from the gravity sphere was stored between Kaptha's fingers through the tumor-like tissue on his wrist. It formed an extremely small black hole and evaporated the small black hole to create a shockwave attack. Sei Ito's figure suddenly turned into 5 or 6 shadows and rushed towards Felix from all directions. Boom! The shockwave that missed its target immediately shattered the wall on one side and connected the room to the outside. A gust of wind instantly rushed into the room from the broken wall and blew everything in the room away. Because of this loud noise, the entire Japanese branch of Kronos was in chaos. A large number of beast soldiers began to move towards the 28th floor. As expected of the excess defense action, even Felix himself can use the gravity attack so skillfully. I wonder what else he will do if this continues. Will it be an ultrasonic beam attack or some other energy attack? Sei Ito thought to himself as he activated his teleportation ability and forcibly disappeared from the Japanese branch of Kronos and arrived in a forest with Felix. Sei Ito then used his telekinesis to confine the space around Felix and took out a recording device to record Felix's attack method. He also collected various data that Felix displayed at this time to be used as reference materials for research. Felix continued to use the gravity attack to distort the space around him while he was confined. He was trying to break free from the confinement. After about half a minute, Felix, who was probably programmed to know that the gravity attack had no effect, raised his hands and pulled the edge of his breastplate outwards to reveal the particle cannon inside. He gathered the largest amount of energy and fired it at the space in front of him and Sei Ito, who was outside the space. Boom! Under the bombardment of the powerful particle cannon, the space nodes that were forced to become active immediately dispersed, and the confinement effect was lifted, allowing the particle cannon to bombard straight ahead. After flying for more than 10 kilometers, it slowly drifted into the air. However, in the path of the particle cannon, all the trees and hills were destroyed, leaving behind a scorched path that was more than 3 meters wide that was slowly emitting hot steam. Distort, Sei Ito said softly as he teleported behind Felix again. As soon as he finished speaking, Felix's limbs were immediately wrapped by an invisible force and twisted like a hair-twisting flower. The powerful force made even the capped armor on Felix's body make strange noises. Slender air columns kept spewing out of the fan that was like an exhaust port at Felix's mouth, indicating Felix's pain. Ah! Then, the 2 smaller light spheres on Felix's mouth suddenly lit up, and a horizontal ultrasonic wave spread out in all directions with Felix as the center. Wherever the shock wave spread, the turf on the ground was lifted up, the grass was crushed, and the thick trees were blown to pieces. During this process, the invisible psychokinesis that Ito-sei exerted on Felix's body couldn't help but tremble. However, this time, Sei Ito made up his mind. He didn't go easy on Felix like before, so even though the psychokinesis trembled slightly, it didn't explode. Instead, it still wrapped around Felix's limbs and tried its best to twist them. Pa! Then, after 3 to 4 seconds, accompanied by a neat crisp sound, Felix's limbs were completely twisted in an irregular manner. What a strong fiber strength! The twisting force just now was enough to destroy the previous branch building, but it actually lasted for so long when it landed on him. That's ridiculous. Although Felix's limbs were twisted, the fibers inside Felix's body were still connected. Sei Ito was amazed by Felix's strength. After that, Sei Ito flipped his hand and summoned celestial clouds, and slashed at Felix's body with a spatial blade. Pooh! A long wound immediately appeared on Felix's abdomen under the attack of the spatial blade. However, unlike Sei Ito's previous attacks, Felix's abdomen wasn't directly cut in half. This showed just how strong Felix's armor was. F***ck, Ito-sei grinned and silently swung his sword again, chopping at the control crystal on Felix's forehead. Clang! The crystal that collided with celestial clouds was still intact. I don't believe it. Ito didn't believe it and slashed at the crystal again. Pooh! At this time, the control crystal lit up, and an invisible barrier suddenly appeared 1 centimeter in front of the crystal, blocking Ito's celestial clouds. It's the power of space. Ito was shocked. Does Felix's armor have the ability to learn? However, when he recalled the original novel's description of the caped armor as an external product, as well as the main character's offensive abilities after obtaining the caped armor, it wasn't wrong to say that the caped armor could learn some of its abilities, such as the power of space. Ito felt that he couldn't let this go on any longer. He put on a serious expression and began to break the control crystal of Felix's armor. Chapter 1297. Under Ito's serious attack, the cape armor that had not fully evolved was no match for him. In less than a minute, the control crystal in front of Felix's forehead was shattered by the sharp slash of the celestial clouds. In the next second, the muscle fibers that formed the cape armor that had lost the control of the crystal began to move violently. Like a hungry creature, they wriggled and devoured Felix, who was wrapped in the armor, before turning back into a unit and falling to the ground. However, unlike the intact unit that Ito had obtained from the Urushi people, this damaged unit's rolled-up muscle fibers were a little loose, and the core crystal in the middle was also badly damaged. Just nice, I'll use this as a sample material, Ito thought to himself as he put it away. After that, Ito put away the information collector that recorded the data and images of the Battle of the Cape Armor, as well as the celestial cloud's sword in his hand, and left the scene. He returned to the Japanese branch of Kronos and used the transformation technique to hide as an internal staff member, waiting for the arrival of the current commander-in-chief of Kronos, the Orc deity general Richard Geo. He didn't know if it was because of his attack, but the beast deity general Richard Geo, who was supposed to arrive the day after tomorrow, came to the Japanese branch the next day. He summoned Aso Hiroshima, who was bound to die, and had been specially modified into an ensign beast soldier that specialized in cape before his death in the original work. There was no need to elaborate on the details of the conversation, as it was not worth Ito's attention. However, after chasing away Hiroshima Aso and sending the super beast soldier to attack the Shinto crystal, Ito used his spatial ability to sneak into the main control office where Richard Geo was located. Richard Geo was a tall, blonde, mixed-race person, also known as the Chocolate Man. His facial muscles were a little twisted, making him look very fierce. He wore a handmade white casual suit, and his thick black hand held a thick and long cigar in his mouth. Around him, there were 3 men in black suits and sunglasses. A man dressed as a bodyguard but was actually a super beast soldier stood upright. This time, Ito's goal was only the mysterious crystal in his mind called the Divine Crystal, not to test the power he possessed. Therefore, as soon as he started, Ito used a sure-kill move. The index and middle fingers of his right hand formed a sword and slashed at the neck of Richard Geo, who was sitting on a high-back chair and smoking. A long and thin crack appeared in the space. However, Richard Geo had lived for a long time and had experienced many battles. Among his colleagues, there were even 3 beast deity generals who could use spatial ability. Therefore, the moment Ito-sei made his move, Richard Geo, who had sensed the danger and spatial anomaly through his active spiritual waves, immediately leaped over the desk in front of him. He dodged Ito's fatal blow by a hair's breadth. "Who's there?" the 3 men in black robes shouted as they transformed into beasts. "Gravity space." Richard Geo rolled on the ground and stood up again. He activated his divine crystal and cast a protective gravity space around him. As long as he was in this space, He would be able to detect any abnormalities in gravity or strange changes in space. However, Richard Ju didn't immediately transform into a divine general, perhaps because he was confident in his own strength or for some other reason. He still maintained his human form. Ah! At this moment, 3 screams sounded in succession. The 3 super beast soldiers didn't even understand what had happened before their heads were separated from their bodies, and they died on the spot. Who is it? Who dares to cause trouble for me? Richard Ju roared as he searched the empty room with his eyes. Xiao! As soon as he finished speaking, there was a sound of something hitting the air. A black shadow instantly cut through space and broke into his gravity domain. Ignoring the influence of gravity outside, the shadow stabbed forward with a pitch-black longsword in its hand. Pooh! Richard Ju, who only managed to dodge the attack in time, was immediately stabbed and a large amount of blood spurted out. Who are you? Richard Ju half turned his head. He looked at Sei Ito's exposed face from the corner of his eye and questioned. Sei Ito didn't answer. He only flipped the wrist with which he was holding the sword and turned the blade upward from Richard Ju's body. Then, with a backhand slash, he pulled celestial clouds from the wound and chopped at Richard Ju's head. Ah! A miserable scream sounded. Richard Ju immediately grabbed Celestial Cloud's blade with his left hand, which was wrapped in gravity energy, and punched the Celestial Clouds with his right hand, which was also wrapped in gravity energy. Pooh! The huge impact immediately knocked Sei Ito and the Celestial Clouds he was holding out of his body. Sei Ito, who was forced back by Celestial Clouds, didn't stop his attack. Instead, he raised his hand and once again slashed at Richard Ju. At the same time, in order to increase the probability and power of hitting the target, a crescent-shaped air blade flew out from Celestial Clouds and chopped at Richard Ju's body. Humph! Richard Ju coldly snorted, and the gravity around him became completely distorted and disorderly. The strange distorting power immediately scattered the incoming wind blades. Then, Richard Ju stretched out his palm and flicked his 5 fingers, shooting out 5 extremely dense energy balls. While distorting the surrounding space, they shot at Sei Ito at an extremely fast speed. Sei Ito waved celestial clouds in his hand, and the furnishings in the room seemed to be controlled by an invisible hand. They quickly flew in front of the super-dense energy balls and collided with them. Pa 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 pa. Dense, shattering sounds immediately reverberated in the room. Using this opportunity, Sei Ito once again hid in the space crevice, disappearing from Richard Ju's sight. Where do you think you're going? Richard Ju sneered. He raised his arms and turned around to release super-dense energy balls all over the room. Using the space distortion effect caused by their flight, they forced Sei Ito to show himself. With no other choice, Sei Ito could only show himself from the space crevice. He stretched out his psychokinetic palm and grabbed one of the super-dense energy balls flying at him. Squeak squeak, an ear-piercing sound was immediately transmitted from the friction between the psychokinetic barrier and the super-dense energy ball. Sei Ito frowned slightly and snorted lightly. His 5 fingers suddenly clenched together and crushed the super-dense energy ball in his palm. Whoosh! In an instant, a powerful shockwave caused by the explosion of the energy ball violently erupted, blowing Sei Ito's clothes and the items around him. Annoying gravity ability. Sei Ito frowned inwardly. Then, he switched his ability to discharge electricity and electromagnetic control. In the next second, countless Sei Ito Ju appeared in the room one after another. They filled the entire room and surrounded Richard Ju in the center. These welcome illusions were not illusions created by Ito Sei using genjutsu or space ability, but magnetic field illusions formed by manipulating electromagnetic waves in the form of magnetic fields that were enough to affect the senses of the human brain. Even psychic ability users couldn't see through it. This point, as the original owner of this ability, a criminal in the absolute poor girl world could personally confirm. At that time, he used this trick to deceive the 3 LV7 ability users of the absolute poor girl group. Oh! Richard, Ju looked at the illusions around him with interest and let out a soft groan. At this time, the Seito, Ju around him didn't seem to make any movements. Streaks of blue lightning spread out from their surroundings and connected to form a huge lightning force field, completely trapping Richard Ju within. Humph! Richard Ju sneered. The concrete floor under his feet immediately shattered and collapsed, causing Richard Ju to fall downwards. Lightning strike! Seeing this, Seito Ju coldly snorted. He condensed all the energy in the lightning force field into a thick lightning pillar with a diameter of nearly 1 meter, fiercely striking down at the falling Richard Ju. Ah! Even though Richard Ju relied on gravity control to increase the speed of his fall, slowing down the speed of the rocks and blocking them above his head, and even using gravity to distort part of the lightning's path, the lightning's attack speed was just too fast and its range was too wide. Therefore, Richard Ju, who couldn't dodge at all, was immediately struck by the lightning and continued to fall downwards. At this time, Seito Ju jumped into the lightning that hadn't dissipated yet. His body turned into lightning and instantly appeared in front of Richard Ju. Half of his lightning body was revealed, and he swung his sword at Richard Ju's neck. Pooh! Following a soft sound, Richard Ju's head, which had just been vaporized by blood, immediately separated from his body and was thrown outwards. Immediately after that, Seito Ju appeared from the lightning pillar in a flash. The black sword in his hand, celestial clouds, slashed out streaks of sword light and completely shattered Richard Ju's head that was still spinning in midair, exposing the mysterious crystal inside. He reached out to grab it and threw it into the Rubik's Cube world. Then, without hesitation, his figure flashed and disappeared from the building of Kronos' Japanese branch, appearing in the sky above the branch. Well, just take it as a contribution to the humans in this world, Seito Ju said softly as he hovered in midair. Having said that, he raised his hand towards the sky and used his electric discharge ability to stimulate the free electrons in the surrounding cloud. He gathered them above the Japanese branch of Kronos, forming a dark cloud layer with flashing lightning as it silently brewed. Then, a few minutes later, Itose, who had raised his arm high, waved it down fiercely. A thick lightning pillar that was as thick as Kronos' Japanese branch, and even wider, descended from the sky, instantly enveloping the Japanese branch building below. Boom! Accompanied by a sudden explosion, Kronos' Japanese branch immediately disintegrated under the lightning attack, turning into a pile of unrecognizable remains that fell to the ground. Boom! A large amount of dust spread out amidst the loud noise. Chapter 1298. P.S. Thanks to Jazz Ice for his precious monthly votes, and NXCX, Nickfany, and Halcyon for their tip. Yes, that's the thing. Take it out. In the ecological laboratory of the Rubik's Cube world, Itose, who was wearing a white coat, said to the figure on the screen, who was wearing a cape armor and moving in the spaceship of a strange creature that looked like a Zerd. It had been 2 months since the destruction of the Kronos organization's Japanese branch. During these 2 months, Itose had been holed up in the biological laboratory in the Rubik's Cube world. He had been working with Emma and other key researchers in the biological laboratory, as well as Erica, Celine, Lloyd, Lakshata, Nina, Cecil, and other professionals in mecha manufacturing, energy utilization, and concept development who were temporarily transferred from the big laboratory to analyze the cap combination. With the combined efforts of the top talents from various worlds and new humans from higher worlds, Seito and the others, whose technological standards and methods were far superior to the researchers in the biological armor world, and who had the original data as a foundation, used less than a month to completely analyze the cell structure of the strange flesh-like tendons within the cape combination, entering the normal cultivation and mass production phase. Then, the group temporarily paused their research on the biological fiber strengthening technology and switched to the Divine Beast General's Divine Crystal and the Imperial Crystal of the Cape combination. And this was a point that had the cultural and technological heritage of various worlds, as well as countless wondrous superpowers. The existence of researchers who could reverse the manufacturing process through contact, sensing, or other methods was not much of a problem for Ito and the others who were far more wondrous than the so-called descended ones. They still managed to decipher the material structure and partial manufacturing methods of the Divine Crystal and Imperial Crystal in the shortest time possible, advancing the research to the replicative manufacturing stage. Then, the research operation began to be divided into two. One part of the researchers in the ecological laboratory continued to study the manufacturing technology of the Beast God General Crystal and the Imperial Crystal with Royd, Erica, Celine, Nina, and the others, as well as the formation theory of the Cape armor. The other part was devoted to the research of the biological spaceships of the Outsiders. However, the biological spaceship of the Descenders only allowed Beast Divine Generals and those wearing the Cape armor to enter, so it was impossible for them to enter. Furthermore, it was also because they were planning to conduct sex experiments. Ito and the others used human cloning technology to clone a subject as the recipient of the cloak. It was only after studying the complete Captha's cloak and the Descenders' spaceship that the first scene occurred. The project they were currently working on was to remotely command the experimental receiver and extract the unit that could initialize the Cape combo from the depths of the Descender spaceship. That way, he would be able to conduct a comprehensive research on Captha's Imperial Crystal. Alright. All the conditions had been met. I've told you everything you need to know. I'll leave the rest of the research to you. Ito, who was on his way back to the laboratory, turned around and spoke to the main researchers in the ecological laboratory. Okay. The researchers nodded in agreement. Of course. If you have any questions, contact me through the communicator. Ito said as he took off his white cloak and put it in the hands of a female Homo evolutus researcher. The researchers continued to nod in understanding. Seeing this, Ito didn't say anything. He disappeared from the laboratory and appeared in Milei's office. He hugged her tightly from behind and pressed his palms against Milei's chest. Ah! Milei, who felt her body being attacked, instinctively let out a cry. Phew, that scared me. When Milei thought that there was only one person who dared to invade her office so presumptuously and would not be recognized as an enemy by the office's built-in defense system, her expression immediately relaxed. She raised her hand and slapped Itosei's palm. She said angrily, "Is the experiment done?" Milei ignored Ito's hand and continued to pick up the documents on the table to review. In the past 2 months, Ito didn't have any free time. He spent most of his time with Milei, Cornelia, Uchiha Yoshiko, Karen, Sakura Basei, Kagura Sayaka, Jiang Lihua, and other women who have been in the Rubik's Cube world. So they all know about the research work Ito is currently doing. Well, the general aspects are done, the rest are just the details. I'm not interested in those, just let the people below do it. Ito, who used instant transmission to send himself under Milei and let her sit on his lap, said with a smile. Oh. Milei nodded indifferently. Well, don't look at it. While I have time, let's go out and have some fun. Ito reached out and grabbed the document in Milei's hand. Really? Milei turned around and said in surprise. Yes. Ito smiled and said affirmatively. Oh great, I can finally have a good rest. Milei, who got a positive answer, raised her arms and stretched her body with a look of relief, and said with satisfaction, Where do you want to go? Ito leaned his head and kissed Milei's mouth and asked, Let's go to the beach. I haven't gone to the beach for a long time. Milei thought for a while and said, "Well, let's go to the beach." Seito nodded and agreed. Then he waved his hand and grabbed a piece of white paper, and used psychokinesis to control the oil pen on the table to write a message on the white paper. "I'm going out to play" on the surface of the white paper. Then he used instant transmission to embed it on the door outside the office. Then he held Milei in his arms and used the power of the Rubik's Cube world to leave the office and appeared on the former headquarters of Pandora Organization, Pandora Island, which had been completely turned into a holiday resort. He used his authority to live in the luxurious presidential suite specially reserved for him. Then the two of them changed into swimsuits prepared in the room in advance and walked towards the beach. For the next month or so, Seito spent his time leisurely playing with Milei, Cornelia and her sister Yufei, Uchiha Yoshiko, Karen, Kanayama Yomi and his followers Tsutamaya Kagura, Sakura Basei, Kagura, and Jiang Lihua. When he felt that it was about time, he left the world of the bio-augmentation armor and returned to the main world. "Sir, this is the information you asked me to investigate about the Calamity legend." While resting in the main world and waiting for the world's attention to decrease, Tetroso came to the shrine to find Seito and handed him a stack of information. "Did you find anything?" Seito asked casually as he took the documents and looked at them. "There is indeed something strange," Tetroso said with a serious expression. "Oh." Seito made a sound of doubt. "Through the internal channels of the Freemasonry, as well as my original sex network, I learned that in the past 30 years, whether it is the members of the Freemasonry, the sect's low-level disciples, or the so-called spiritual cultivators who are concerned about the mysterious power, they had all come into contact with a consciousness called Meltron during their meditation. It claims that as long as you are willing to accept him and follow his knowledge, you can obtain salvation when the world changes." Tetroso replied, "Meltron? Archangel Meltron? Meltron Cube?" Seito looked at Tetroso with a surprised expression. "Yes, in addition, there is a secret organization called GA and the Milky Way Federation that seems to be opposing each other. Their purpose is the same as Meltron. They both preach that as long as you trust them, follow their guidance, and you can obtain salvation when the world changes." Tetroso nodded and replied, "GA? Milky Way Federation? Isn't this an alien organization that emerged in 2012, which was claimed to be the end of the world? How come there is also one in this world?" Seito frowned and thought to himself, "Did you find out the nature of those two organizations?" Seito asked in a deep voice. "I've found some clues. Based on the situation, I've found some clues. From the looks of it, it should be an alien organization." Tetroso nodded and said, "Aliens?" Seito pretended to be surprised and said, "About 60 years ago, under the contact of the Prophet and the United States government, I saw them in Area 51, Tetroso replied. Then, without waiting for Seito to ask with an interested expression, Tetroso tactfully replied, "There are many types of aliens. Just the ones I have seen are from number 5 and number 6. Among them, there are slender gray-skinned people like those in American blockbusters. There are also lizard people, mantis people, octopus people, and some semi-energy blue people." "What were you doing there?" Seito asked curiously. "Soul search," Tetroso replied. "At that time, the United States government secretly detained a gray-skinned person in the name of a secret meeting. They wanted me to control him through some secret methods so that the United States government could use him. However, I don't know if our life structure is different or for some other reason, but the gray-skinned person was very resistant to the secret methods I used. Not only did I not succeed, but I also angered him. Because of this, we fought." Seito's face showed a look of interest. Obviously, he was very interested in this group of aliens no matter what. that gray-skinned man's fighting style is basically based on their technological weapons, but the power and nature of those technological weapons are very powerful. Something as small as a Glock pistol can actually fire a beam cannon that is comparable to a full-strength attack from a B-rank expert. Tetroso recalled and said, other than that, there were some mental attack abilities. And judging from the degree of proficiency and resistance to the secret methods, the gray-skinned person has a deep understanding of mental power. After that, because of the fight, that group of aliens went crazy. Fortunately, the United States government was very vigilant against the appearance of aliens at that time and secretly arranged a lot of ability users, so in the end, the aliens and their spaceship were all killed. However, the number of casualties was quite high. A team of 12 B-level ability users and 3 A-level captains died in that battle. Tetroso said with a look of lingering fear on his face. It was after that battle that the technological level of the United States completely exploded and reached its current level. Tetroso concluded. It seems that aliens are very difficult to deal with. Seito said with a frown. Yes. Tetroso nodded and confirmed with a solemn expression. Looking at Tetroso's expression, Seito nodded slightly to show that he understood. In fact, even if he didn't say it, Seito also knew very well that not to mention the exaggerated force of the aliens in the dimensional world, just the mythical legends of extraterrestrial visitors in the main world had already revealed some of their strength. It would be an idiot to treat them as soft persimmons. Can you know when the transition period they mentioned is? Seito asked again. From December 21, 2012 to the end of 2017, this period is the transition period they mentioned. Tetroso replied, in their words, it is ascension. The overall dimension of the Earth will increase. As for more specific information, it is all in that document. Then what will happen if the so-called ascension fails? What will happen if it succeeds? Seito, who looked at the document in his hand again, asked with a frown. If it succeeds, the Earth will connect with the higher dimensional existence of Sun T, and then re-establish contact with the mother body of the higher dimensional existence, Gaia. At that time, the human form of the entire world will undergo a transformation and enter another form. At the same time, the Earth will receive feedback from Sun T and Gaia, allowing the soul matter, in your understanding, it is spirit energy and vitality of the world to be replenished and enter the ancient era. Tetroso explained. If it fails, some of the humans on Earth will also undergo a transformation and then slide into the abyss of dark matter between dimensions until they fall into eternal oblivion. In layman's terms, they will enter an apocalyptic world until the Earth is completely annihilated by dark matter. Tetroso curled his lips and shrugged as if he heard a joke. Is this the true form of judgment and calamity in the world religions? Seito didn't care about Tetroso's performance as he thought to himself with a heavy heart. It must be the reason why Iwos was instructed by Nut to descend to the lower realm and spread the Book of 10,000 Spells, through Alista Crowley. Seito, who connected all of this, finally understood the so-called calamity of Osiris and the time of choice mentioned by Cube. It was just that in this process, what role did the gods and the myths play? Just like what Angela, the guardian of the earth of the Norse heritage, said about the awakening of the King of God. Seito was most confused about the position of the King of Gods, Odin. These things can only be discovered slowly in the future. The most important thing now is to strengthen my own strength. Only when my strength increases can I deal with everything that may happen at any time. After all, we are in the so-called adjustment period now. Who knows if the change will come at any time? But before that, I should send Mother and the rest into the Rubik's Cube world. No matter what, that place won't be affected. It is the safest ideal place. Chapter 1299. Seito, who had a plan in mind, sent Tetroso out and began to seriously look at the information in his hands. The information was very rich, so rich that it was enough to destroy Ito's worldview. It was not only about the birth and origin of humans, but also about the origins of the so-called gods, saints, immortals, and Buddhas, as well as the unknown content of the entire history of Earth, such as the reason why the vitality of heaven and earth decreased over the years. First, let's talk about the birth and origin of humans. In this public document that expanded the two major alien alliances, the GA and the Milky Way Federation, it said that humans were not like this in the past. Instead, they were connected. They all had 12 spiritual circuits and could use spiritual connections. They were high-dimensional life forms living under a large spiritual network. It was only because of an unexpected change in TR1 that a certain group of people had spread the virus that these isolated high-dimensional life forms, which were the ancestors of humans, were transferred from TR1 by the higher-dimensional life forms living in the G1 domain through super-pseudo-methods. Then, using the G3 and above, which was the understanding of the gods and demons, the high-dimensional life forms in the L1 domain, they created Earth, a planet that was not connected to TR1 for humans to live on. Because of the connection to TR1 and the subsequent high-dimensional worlds, these transferred life forms began to change. They had physical bodies, and the 12 spiritual circuits in their bodies began to close one after another. They became the ancestors of humans. Of course, at this time, according to the information, these high-dimensional life forms, whose hearts were full of love, did not give up on humans after eliminating the virus. They were still thinking of ways to pull them back to the high-dimensional world, TR1. Therefore, there was a follow-up plan for redemption. The first to arrive was a group of people with special antibodies in their bodies, known as electrical life forms. They were the earliest gods and demons in the legends of Earth. According to Ito's understanding and the description of their characteristics in the information, they were directly imagined to be people like Zeus and Odin. Of course, in addition to this, there was another group of high-dimensional life forms that descended on Earth. It was just that they were different from the more radical electrical life forms that represented males. This group of life forms had a gentler personality. Their external appearance was mostly that of females, which was the matriarchal leader in the earliest clan society, Mother Earth, and so on. In the beginning, both sides were at peace. Both sides were carrying out plans for the redemption of humans. However, as time passed, because of this, the analysis between the two sides became more and more intense until it eventually turned into a war. The result of the two races directly attacking was that the last star path connecting Earth and the higher dimensional space was cut off. At the same time, it also caused the vitality energy on Earth to become chaotic. It was no longer suitable for human survival. Therefore, in order to pacify the chaos caused by the battle, a race represented by females came out from the high-dimensional realm L in the depths of the universe. They first took over the management authority of Earth from the two races, then used their ability to place a seal on Earth from Gaia, the mother of Earth in the high-dimensional G1, to calm the vitality of the entire Earth. However, it was also because of this seal that Earth's vitality began to weaken rapidly, entering the first period of weakening. As the first chaotic war, it was called the Electric War. After that, the race that had pacified the chaos on Earth began to work on the redemption of the humans on Earth. As for the location, it was in the Aegean Sea. Therefore, until today, the legend of the immortal Banshee was actually referring to them. However, from another point of view, it meant that they had never disappeared and had been secretly managing the forces in the Aegean Sea. Perhaps because they felt that the speed of their redemption was too slow, there were a few more high-dimensional life forms that landed on Earth one after another. These life forms were the legendary Buddhas, gods, and gods from other mythological systems. They each agreed on the areas to govern, dividing the Earth into several forces at that time. It was also during this period that the humans on Earth began to mix, and various mixed-race descendants appeared, causing the work of redemption to become even more difficult. Seeing this, the High-Dimensional Life Consortium summoned them back to the high-dimensional space and sent 5 major races to Earth to start the redemption work. They were the white race with the information of the 3rd and 4th spiritual paths, the black race with the information of the 5th and 6th spiritual paths, the yellow race with the information of the 7th and 8th spiritual paths, the red race with the information of the 9th and 10th spiritual paths, and the Indian race with the information of the 11th and 12th spiritual paths. As for the information of the 1st and 2nd spiritual paths, humans still had a healthy part of them, so they did not send other races to save them. These 5 great races had established 5 secret spirit cultivator seclusion societies on Earth to purify their own information and transmit it out. During this period, the High-Dimensional Life Consortium once again used high-dimensional methods to build a star path gate that could connect to the high-dimensional space through the Gaia layer. However, due to some reasons, there was some conflict with the original seal. Therefore, in order to ensure that the star path gate was unobstructed, another seal was set up outside the gate. This was the legendary sword of Akshata. However, this way, the vitality that pervaded Earth was once again suppressed, causing Earth to enter the time before the age of Dharma decline. This process lasted for over 1,000 years. During this period there was also a chance for Earth to rise up. However, due to some reasons, Earth did not succeed in rising up, causing the vitality on Earth to change once again. Therefore, the High-Dimensional Life Consortium had no choice but to set up a 3rd seal on Earth, causing Earth to enter the age of Dharma decline. At the same time, it also caused the various cultivation methods that the hermit orders had spread to become useless. This was the entire process of Earth's evolution. Now, this was the last chance for Earth to rise up in the last 20,000 years. Therefore, the High-Dimensional Life Consortium once again paid attention to Earth's situation. Therefore, they sent these Pleiadians, blue crystal children, and so on to Earth to redeem the people on Earth. If it was in my previous life, I might have believed it. However, now there are so many cultivators on Earth. Obviously, many of the things in this information are to deceive ordinary people. However, there is one thing that is true. Humans are very powerful. As long as they pursue their own origins, they will definitely be able to obtain eternal immortality. They don't need to hand over their thoughts to others like religions and be controlled by others. Seito, who had finished browsing the information, let out a long sigh and thought to himself. The above is indeed the public information of that GA organization, but the specific process seems to be wrong. I have pieced it together based on the part of my memory. You can go to the details, but let me remind you, please look at it with a skeptical attitude. Above. But speaking of redemption, did the Rubik's Cube bring me to this world to redeem humanity? Or did it want me to integrate Earth into the Rubik's Cube world and complete the redemption of the entire Earth? Or is there any other reason? Ito murmured with a distant gaze. This was also the first time he seriously thought about the purpose of the Rubik's Cube bringing him to this world since he had obtained it. After all, Ito had never thought about how the world would be like in the past. Naturally, he would not think about redeeming humanity. He only thought of the Rubik's Cube as an opportunity that allowed him to achieve what he was now. However, after receiving Iwa's revelation, Kyubi's reminder, and the information in his hands, Ito's thoughts could not help but lean towards this side. It couldn't be helped. His Rubik's Cube was too powerful, and it happened to be an insurance that could prevent Earth from sliding into the abyss. Why are you thinking so much? Just let nature take its course. Shaking his head, Ito got up and said as he shook his head to get rid of those nonsensical thoughts in his mind. But even so, Ito still had a faint sense of heaviness in his heart. Ancient gods, demons, immortals, and Buddhas, I hope that when the time comes, you will really be able to continue the existence of humanity. Riko, go and call Mother and the others. Seito, who was sitting in the hall, ordered Riko, who was dressed as a maid. Yes, master. Riko bowed, turned around, and walked into the inner room. She called Eriko, Suzu Ito, Rita Ito, and Erika to come out. What's wrong, little brother? Suzu Ito, who came to the living room, looked at Seito, who was in a daze, and asked, Oh, I have something to say. Seito, who came back to his senses, said, What is it? Rita Ito asked curiously. Something big. Seito said with a serious expression. Seeing this, Suzu Ito, Eriko, Rita Ito, and Erika, who walked into the room later, looked at each other and silently found a place to sit down, waiting for the others to come back. About 10 minutes later, Liliana, Yamahira Suzuki, Kinuhata Sayai, Karen, Valletta, and Oriana also rushed back one after another and found a place to sit down in the living room. Since everyone is here, then I will be straightforward. Seito's gaze swept across everyone present one by one and said, Immediately hand over your work to others. King, can you know the reason? Liliana frowned and asked. The reason is very simple. The current Earth is not safe. Seito replied calmly. Then, under the shocked, stunned, and incredulous expressions of Eriko, Suzu Ito, Rita Ito, and the others, he explained everything, including Iwa's revelation, Kyubi's reminder, and the results of his own investigation to everyone. So, in order to deal with the sudden changes that may occur at any time, I hope that you will return to the other side. Seito finally concluded. Is this true? Rita Ito asked in disbelief. Yes. Seito nodded solemnly and said. Then what about the people outside? Yamahira Suzuki asked hesitantly. Among everyone present, only she and Liliana were the most likely to ask such a question. Kinuhata Sayai, who was from the Umbu, and Oriana, who was a sorcerer, didn't care about it. Karen and Valletta completely listened to Seito's instructions. Erika was even more decisive and knew what to do at the right time. Therefore, only the people with a strong sense of justice and Yamahira Suzuki, who was born as a civilian, cared about the safety of those people the most. Chapter 1300. For the time being, we can only let them be. After the incident, we can make a move. Otherwise, if we make a move now, we may fall into danger first. Seito sighed softly. Oh. Shimabara Lingua whispered. Then what about grandfather? Ito Rina asked when she thought of Ito Kikujiro, who was breaking through in the secret room in the backyard. Naturally, I will take care of him. Seito smiled. You always run around, how can you take care of him? Ito Rina muttered. Even if I am not there, there is still the artificial angel. Among the people present, except for Shimabara Lingua, who had the lowest cultivation, who was not a person with good hearing and vision, not to mention, Seito was one of the best among them. Therefore, after hearing Ito Rina's muttering, he raised his eyebrows and said, Ito Rina's words were just a joke. She trusted her brother Seito very much, so she deliberately rolled her eyes and did not speak. At this point, everyone reached a consensus and began to carry out Seito's instructions. By the way, Lingua, how is the situation at school? Seito looked at Shimabara Lingua, who got up and was about to leave, and asked. From the feedback, more than half of the virtual game users of the age group have accepted the invitation and directly completed the registration through the virtual game interface. Moreover, this number is still increasing. As for the specifics, you can ask little Ling Meng. Shimabara Lingua, who suddenly heard the greeting, was stunned at first, then she recovered and looked at Seito and replied. In addition, the registration office also received about 1,000 students from all over the world with invitation letters. They are currently arranged to stay in a temporary hotel. When the registration ends on December 1st, they will be transferred to the school building in the half-plane. Shimabara Linghua continued. Treat them well, or they will be the seeds of the continuation of the earth in the future. Seito nodded and said, Yes. This time, Ping Linghua nodded seriously. Then, seeing that Seito didn't have any further instructions or questions, he turned around and walked out of the living room. He headed to his workplace to find a trustworthy assistant to hand over his work. What an eventful year! After the others left, Suzu Ito, who stayed in the room with Eriko and Rita Ito, sighed softly. First, the demons went berserk, and then Kyubi came out. Then, the monster horde swept through half of the world. It's even more exaggerated now. It's directly adjusting the entire Earth. That's right, I think this is also related to the so-called transformation, Eriko sighed softly. In my opinion, we should just stay in Ah Cheng's world from now on. Anyway, every time he came out, he would have to go back because of other things not long after. Isn't it troublesome enough to go back and forth? He didn't know how long he had lived in the Rubik's Cube world. Rita Ito, who had long been accustomed to the environment of the Rubik's Cube world and had made far more friends there than in the main world, said. Agreed. Suzu Ito and Eriko looked at each other and nodded in agreement. All right. Under the gaze of Seito, Suzu Ito and Rita Ito nodded. Eriko, who lowered her head and thought for a moment, nodded in agreement. Ling, later go find the family liaison department and call them. Tell them to try their best to move to Akikuruno City. It's also our duty as family. Afterward, Eriko raised her head and looked at Suzu Ito. Okay. Suzu Ito nodded in agreement. At the same time, she couldn't help but think, should I also make up a reason to let my good friends and sisters move here, so as to increase their chances of survival in this great transformation? Do we even have relatives in this branch? How come I don't know about it? Seito was stunned. You probably forgot. When you were young, I took you to visit a few families, but after you grew up, you basically didn't participate in this kind of thing. Everything was handled by me and Ling, so it's normal that you don't know about it. Eriko explained. And most of them are different from us. They are ordinary people, and most of them don't even know about our family's situation. They only know that our branch is special, and they have generations of Kagami. You probably don't know, but there is a famous person in our family. Suzu Ito said mysteriously. Who? Rita Ito curiously asked. Shizu Ito. Suzu Ito smiled. The singer and voice actress Shizu Ito? Rita Ito was surprised. Yes. Suzu Ito nodded affirmatively. Speaking of which, according to seniority, she is of the same generation as us. Then Suzu Ito stood up, turned around, and went out of the living room. She went to her mother's room to get the family liaison department to subtly persuade them to move to Akikuruno. Of course, this matter was not forced. She just did her duty as a family member to inform them. And even if she really told them the truth, they might not believe her. They might even think that her family member was sick and would not have a good ending. I didn't expect that there would be a famous person in our family. Rita Ito sighed. TSK, famous people can't make a living. Seito teased. And do you know few famous people? Let's not talk about those who are far away. Take Suzuka for example, she is now a famous singer. Almost every few days, people from entertainment companies come to poach her. In terms of influence, she is not necessarily worse than Shizu Ito. Unromantic guy, I don't want to talk to you. Rita Ito said in a bad mood, then stood up, turned around, and left the living room. Erika, Suzuka Yamahira, Karen, Valletta, Oriana, Kinuhata Sai, and Liliana handed over their work and guided their successors to get on the right track. Suzu Ito took the department and contacted people everywhere. 5 days passed in the blink of an eye. During this period, news from Tsuchimikado Yujin of the Ministry of Environment, ISE Grand Shrine Master Namatori, and Royal Dove came one after another, reminding Sei-Ito of the existence of the calamity. However, for Sei-Ito, who had roughly understood the truth of the calamity and transferred his family, Erika, and other women who were close to him, into the Rubik's Cube world, basically had no advantage in the main world. After reading it, he threw it aside and began his planned journey again. Crackle, accompanied by the familiar sound of glass breaking, Sei-Ito's figure appeared in an uninhabited desert. Looking at the situation, it seems that this is still Earth. Sei-Ito, who had completed the absorption of the world's child force that disguised his own information into his body, turned his head and glanced at the steaming and distorted air and the surrounding desert under the blazing high temperature. I don't know what time it is now. I hope I can still make it in time. Sei-Ito stomped his feet, and his body immediately rushed straight into the sky like a cannonball at more than 3 times the speed of sound. Although more than 3 times the speed of sound was fast, it was basically a movement speed of more than 1 kilometer per second. It was not inferior to the same 1 kilometer per second teleportation, but it was still far from the speed of a rocket of 7 or 8 kilometers per second. Therefore, it took a long time for Sei-Ito to break through the atmosphere and enter the geosynchronous orbit. Sure enough, no matter which universe it is, the consumption of psychokinesis is very high. Sei-Ito, who was hovering in the universe with a psychokinesis shield, felt the speed of his psychokinesis consumption and thought to himself, "But in general, it's much better than the first time I used psychokinesis to enter the universe. At least I can hold on for some time, unlike that time when I entered a state of exhaustion in less than 10 minutes and had to return to Earth." Thinking of this, Ito-sei was not stupid enough to think that he could fly to the place where Group 77 was located with his body alone, so after sighing, he immediately summoned the Archangel and flashed into the bridge of the Archangel. Launch the signal relay. Sei-Ito, who had dispersed his psychokinesis, floated to Bucky Lulu's side and ordered. That's right, the captain this time was Bucky Lulu, and the original captain, Maul, acted as a liaison officer. She assisted Milei, as well as Lakis, Kaka, Aslan, Malchier, and others who were hired as staff officers to manage the world on the continent evolved from the Gundam ED world. Whoosh! As Sei-Ito's voice fell, a cannonball launch port at the tail of the Archangel immediately opened outward, and then a spherical object shot out from the cannonball launch port and flew to the geosynchronous orbit not far away. Several long metal wires unfolded on the outside like horns, and the surface flashed with red, green, and yellow light. The signal relay has been successfully activated. The bridge staff reported. Stargazer, invade all the network systems on Earth and find the universe route to Group 77 for me. Sei-Ito ordered. Yes. Stargazer's crisp childish voice sounded in the bridge. The invasion has begun. As soon as the voice fell, on the wide optical screen diagonally above the bridge, the picture of the outer universe that was originally displayed immediately changed into a series of fluorescent green digital waterfalls formed by a bunch of data symbols, and a large number of zeros and ones slid up and down the screen. This situation lasted for more than half an hour before it ended with a soft ding. Why did it take so long? Sei-Ito asked Stargazer strangely as he looked at the route map displayed on the screen. The system program logic of this world is a bit strange. The internal program composition is not purely digital information, but it has a program connection similar to a neural network. In order to avoid the invasion being discovered and copying the other party's system, it took a little longer. As a bunch of light particles suddenly appeared, Stargazer, who looked like a 12 or 13 years old girl, appeared in front of Sei-Ito. She explained while displaying the copied system on the idle optical screen. I see. Sei-Ito suddenly understood. Try to crack the design concept and production method of this program system, then produce the development data and give it to me. Yes. Stargazer responded. Let's go, target group 77. Seito retracted his gaze and ordered. Chapter 1301. P.S. Thank you to Cherub for your precious monthly votes, and thank Halcyon and Nycphony for their rewards. After a period of sailing, the Archangel, protected by the space camouflage system, finally drove to the vicinity of the space where Module 77 was located. A large heat source is detected ahead. The number is 5. At this time, the radar control officer's pleasant voice echoed in the bridge. Graphics reconstruction is complete. Then, the voice of the information control also sounded. With the voice of the information control, the wide optical screen diagonally above the bridge of the Archangel immediately flashed, and the images of 5 strange-looking red battleships that looked more like space stations than spaceships appeared in front of everyone's eyes. Look at this situation, we came at the right time. Seito looked at the picture displayed on the screen and smiled. Do we need to destroy them? Bakililu asked. Well, not for the time being, their existence is still somewhat useful. Seito thought for a while and said, but the space warfare system of this world is different from the world you came from. Just in case, we have to leave something for the Archangel. I'll go to the garage. After that, he flew to the portal of the bridge, took the elevator to the inner floor of the Archangel, and moved along the corridor to the garage. Seito, who was familiar with the Archangel, quickly came to the garage. At this time, in the garage, several special machines from Plant, including Agility, Disaster, Prohibition, and Plague, were placed in the storage compartment and connected by many finger-thick wires. These were prepared by Seito before departure, in order to deal with the space war that may be encountered in the world of revolutionary machines. However, if it was just these, it was still not enough for the battles in the world of revolutionary machines, where hundreds of mobile weapons and special weapons were dispatched at any time. Therefore, Seito, who came to the blank area of the garage, released more than 20 intelligent drones that could be connected to the Stargazer to increase his forces. Of course, this was only the number of UAVs in one garage. Seito also left the same number of UAVs in another garage. This way, coupled with the various Gundams piloted by the Homo Evolutus and Enhancers, the Archangel alone was enough to deal with the enemy. As for the future, if the other side sent more battleships to fight a full-scale war, Itose would have no choice but to use the Rainbow Light Cannon. He didn't believe that the Rainbow Light Cannon could cover an area of 100 kilometers. How many of them would survive? Nader. Pay attention to the opponent's movements. Remember to contact me if anything happens, said Seito as he connected to the bridge through the hangar's communication system. Okay. Balulu nodded. Then I'm leaving. Seito smiled. Be careful, Buggy Lulu warned. Seito responded softly and cut off the connection with Buggy Lulu. Then, he used Blink to disappear from the garage and reappeared in space. He turned around and waved his arm at the bridge. Then, wrapped in psychokinesis, he turned into an undetectable yellow light and flew towards Module 77 at high speed. In the vacuum environment of the universe without the restraint of gravity, Seito's speed directly broke through the upper limit of his psychokinesis flying speed on Earth and reached several times the speed of sound. However, judging from the light yellow light he could pull out when he flew, his speed was definitely not slow. If it were not for the protection of psychokinesis, it would not be surprising if he was directly burned to ashes. In this kind of speed, Seito, who basically did not attract the attention of the Eurasian military radar, flew to the outer protective deck of Module 77 belonging to Gile and used instant transmission to break into the interior of Module 77. The Module 77 of this world was indeed a fixed living space that imitated the environment of Earth. Whether it was the air quality or the environmental facilities, they were the same as the environment on Earth, or even better. However, in terms of the degree of facilities, It was different from the colonial satellites of the Gundam world. What a peaceful scene, just like Heliopolis before it was destroyed. The people here probably didn't expect that in 4 or 5 hours at most, this place would become a battlefield. Seito, who landed on the top of a building and looked at the dusk scene evolved by the simulation system, sighed softly. Then his figure flashed again and moved in the direction of Lysen Academy. After arriving at the academy, he used illusion and electromagnetic control to invade the secret research institute located under the academy. In the casual conversation of the researchers who treated him as heir, he saw the target of this trip, Valvrave. Seito slowly released his mental power and drilled into the power core in Valvrave's chest through the isolation window and continued to go deeper inside. But when the mental power explored a strange sphere covered with green light, a strange force began to hinder the mental power from continuing to go deeper. "Hey, can you hear me?" Seito said with mental voice transmission. "Who is it?" About half a minute later, a somewhat confused female voice that seemed to have just woken up from a deep sleep was puzzled. But at the same time, Valvrave's power furnace suddenly started to operate. "What's going on? Why is Valvrave producing an energy response?" A researcher said loudly. "How is that possible?" Another person said in surprise. "Quickly check what's going on." Unknown reason. Restart the hypnosis program. TSK, it seems that I can only chat with you later. Seito listened to the conversation of the researchers and said with mental voice transmission. The female voice responded softly, then under the influence of a strange wave, she disconnected from Seito again. Then Seito turned his mental power into hypnosis and shrouded several researchers in the research institute. He began to steal all the information about Valvrave from them. Probably because this was only a test site, there was not much information stored in this research institute and the researchers knew about it. And most of the information was only about Valvrave's adjustments. Even the students' adjustment plans were not clear. For Seito, it was only a reference manual about Valvrave which was not very useful at all. Then, Seito, who obtained part of the information, sat on the shoulder of Valvrave's body that was fixed by the restraint frame and quietly waited for everything to happen. About 4 hours later, accompanied by the sound of exhaust, 5 teenagers wearing Hansen Academy's uniform rushed into the research institute from behind the automatic door and pulled the trigger at the staff in the research institute. Bang, 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 bang. In an instant, 4 gunshots were heard. 4 researchers almost didn't even have time to react before they were shot to death by the white-haired man who broke into the laboratory. They fell to the ground. Wow. That's amazing, none of them survived. A short young man with red hair and an excited expression that made him look like a lunatic squatting beside the corpse of one of the researchers and joked. But when the others' eyes fell on Valvrave behind the isolation window, one of them should have a special heart position. Therefore, the male researcher who didn't die immediately after the first shot propped himself up. He reached out and pressed the button of the elevator. In an instant, Valvrave's body shook, and under the support of the restraint frame, it was lifted to sit on Valvrave's body. Seito, who used illusion to hide his body, rose to the ground together with him. Then 2 boys and 3 girls appeared in front of Seito's eyes. Are they the protagonists of 4 out of 7 of the future golden novels? Ito-sei looked at the students below with interest and thought to himself, "What is this? A robot?" The tallest of the 5, a short-haired young man wearing a white shirt, was surprised. Xiangzi, the protagonist who had been paying most of his attention to the girl next to him, shouted the moment he saw the other party suddenly run away. "There's someone in that car," a girl with short brown hair said without turning her head as she ran towards the car that was slightly deformed by the broken asphalt road. "Xiangzi, come back quickly!" Shi Huiqing called out loudly. "It's okay, you guys go first." The girl named Xiangzi turned around and said, then continued to run to the car. But in the next moment, a thick energy beam suddenly shot down from the sky and landed on the ground not far from the girl named Xiang Zi. In an instant there was a boom sound, followed by a burst of dust. Whether it was the girl or the car that was originally there, they were all buried by the falling soil. Xiang Zi! Ah! Shi Huiqing screamed like a madwoman. Xiang Zi, hey, come out, now is not the time to play hide and seek. After a moment, Shi Hui stared blankly at the place where Xiang Zi disappeared, and said softly with a trembling voice. Classmate Qing. A petite woman with a pair of frameless round glasses on her face and brown hair tied into two short ponytails with two slender white hair ribbons called out from the side. Let's go, Qing. The tall young man in white sighed. I'm not going because… Shi Hui, who seemed to have been hit on a sensitive spot, suddenly turned around and shouted. Shut up, we can only accept the reality now. She's already dead. Another beautiful girl with long, straight, black hair said loudly. Boom! At this time, another explosion reverberated in the sky, reminding them that now was not the time to delay. Unforgivable! Shi Hui, who was looking up at the night sky, suddenly shouted. Then the tall young man shouted, Qing, danger? Wait here for the Lord. He quickly ran up the stairs to the driver's cabin that Valvrave had unfolded and jumped in with his body lowered. Solitaire 1 in position. Ito-sei, who was flying into the air, looked at Valvrave, who had closed and entered the activation state again, and whispered to himself. But at this time, all of Shi Hui's thoughts were focused on avenging Shoko, so she didn't see the activation screen of the body's program. Naturally, she didn't enter the step of inhuman transformation. So even though she made the body stand up from the ground, she still couldn't control it. Like a target, she was attacked by Dorcia's semi-humanoid mobile weapon buff. At the same time, the invasion of Module 77 was uploaded to the internet under the control of Lianfeng Lujing, and it was broadcasted live to the whole world. Like a target, Valvrave was attacked for a minute. Then at this time, the color of Valvrave's body suddenly changed, from the original gray-white to bright red, and for the first time, it launched a counterattack. Oh, the power is really strong. Ito-sei sighed as he slowly descended to the side of Ryuki Nobita, Inazuka Hizuma, and Sakurai Aina, who were hiding nearby. But their speed seems to be a bit lacking. Who? Hearing Seito's voice, the tall young man Inazuka instinctively protected Sakurai Aina behind him, and looked at the strange appearance of Seito and asked. Well, it should be someone who is ready to help you. Seito turned his head and looked at Sakurai Aina, who had some fear on her face, Inazuka Kyuka, who had a vigilant face, and Inazuka Kyuka, who didn't have any special expression on his face, but gave off an awe-inspiring aura. While the few of them were conversing, Seigneur, who had gradually familiarized himself with Valvrave's control skills, began to display a certain degree of combat prowess. He wiped out the buffs that discovered his tracks and landed on the ground near the sea. He knelt on one knee like a human, and his entire body emitted a large amount of blazing steam. Siren-san. Sakurai Aina looked at the distance and whispered. Bang, bang, bang. As soon as her voice fell, several gunshots came from the distance. Feeling that something was wrong, Inazuka no longer cared about Ito-sei's existence. Together with Sakurai Aina and Nogi Rugu, who looked back at Ito-sei deeply before leaving, they ran away together. Seito shrugged his shoulders and slowly followed. When they all arrived at the place where the gunshots came from, Seito, who was lying on the ground covered in blood, and a strange white-haired young man who was lying on the ground, came into the sight of Inazuka Kyuka and the other two. Siren-san. Sakurai Aina, who was kneeling beside Shi Hui, shouted. Siren-san, Siren-san. Inazuka Kyuka, who reached out to check Shi Hui's pulse, called out and then with some relief continued to say. His life is not in danger, he has a pulse. But his whole body is covered in blood. Sakurai Aina said in a trembling voice. There are no injuries on his body, the blood was probably splashed. Inuzuka Kyuka comforted her. Take him back to the school, in short, let the school doctor take a look. But before he could finish his words, a gunshot suddenly sounded, and then the figure of 4 unfamiliar young men wearing Morigakuen's student uniform appeared in front of Inuzuka Kyuka and the other 2. Please stay away from a Valvrave. Among them, a young man with lavender hair, who faintly exuded a noble aura, pointed at Inuzuka Kyuka and the others and said. Chapter 1302. The Inuzuka Hisashi, who heard the official name of the robot for the first time, struggled to repeat it. That's the name of the robot that people sneered at. There was a red-haired, short, young boy who looked like he was only 13 or 14 years old, with a somewhat neurotic expression on his face, shrugged and said, Isn't that name given by you Georgie people? Aren't you the students of Morigakuen? Ryoki Najuo was surprised. We are Dorshas. The red-haired boy pointed his gun at Ryoki Najuo and said, but before he could finish his words, with a sudden gunshot, the pistol in his hand flew out of his hand in the impact of a bullet. Then, the figure of a white-haired youth, who was also holding a gun, was reflected in the eyes of everyone present. Al Silver? The purple-haired youth was surprised. There's a vent over there, said the gray-haired young man, Al Silver, who was holding a gun and facing off against the other party. Receiving the other's hint, Ryoki Najuo, who was quite decisive, immediately reached out and grabbed Sakurai Aina's arm without any doubt, and ran to the vent next to them. Yo! Just at the moment when Ryuki Najuo and Sakurai Aina jumped into the vent, Ito Sei, who had been inside since who knows when, greeted them with a smile. It's you? Ryoki Najuo exclaimed. Then, without waiting for her to speak, Inuzuka Hisashi's figure also appeared in the vent. Then, a series of intense gunshots were heard from outside the vent. Then, Al and Elfo's figure also jumped into the vent. Ryuki Najuo, who had temporarily suppressed his doubts, Sakurai Aina, who hadn't recovered yet, and Inuzuka Hisashi, who was thinking about something, ran along the ventilation duct into the intricate interior. Until they came to the intersection of several intersections, they stopped. What the hell do you mean? Ryoki Najuo, who was leaning against the wall, looked at the smiling Seito and Al Silver, who was standing in front of him, and asked. Hearing Ryoki Najuo's question, Al Silver, who was using Al Silver's body, instinctively raised his hand and pointed his gun at Seito, and asked, Who are you? Looking at the performance of the 2 people in front of her, although Ryoki Najuo's heart was somewhat strange, but she was also happy to see these 2 people who were dangerous to her, Sakurai Aina and Inuzuka Hisashi. So she didn't speak. Just like that, he silently watched the show from the side. Tell me, should I call you El Silver now, or should I call you Hikari? Ito Sei, who completely ignored the gun, looked at Al Silver calmly and said softly. Ryoki Najuo's words, Ryoki Inuzuka, and Inuzuka 3 people. His gaze landed on Ai, Air and Elfo. Who the hell are you? How did you know about my situation? Al Silver, Sure Yetching, asked with an agitated expression. Let me formally introduce myself. My name is Seito. I'm the one who will take over the entire Module 77. Seito put one hand on his chest, and gave a gentleman's salute to Al Silver, Ryoki Najuo, Sakurai Aina, and Inuzuka Hisashi. You're from Dorsha? Al Silver asked coldly. No, I don't belong to Dorsha. I don't belong to A.S. or even your gear, but I belong to my own country, so you can rest assured. Seito straightened up and chuckled. Then what is your purpose? Ryoki Najuo interjected and asked. You and the body outside. Seito said softly. Us? Inuzuka Hisashi repeated in a deep voice. That's right, all of the students of Maison Gakuen. Seito admitted with a smile. What are you doing? Seito, who was controlling Al Silver's body, pointed the gun forward and questioned. Boy, that kind of thing is not something you should play with. Seito narrowed his eyes and said. After that, without waiting for Al Silver's reaction, he directly flashed into his arms, grabbed Al Silver's hand with his left hand and took the gun from his hand. His right hand lightly hit Al Silver's chest diaphragm, knocking Al Silver to the ground. Cough, cough. Al Silver curled up on the ground and coughed with a painful expression on his face. Because they still couldn't confirm that he was Seito, Ryoki Najuo, Inuzuka Hisashi, and even Sakurai Aina didn't immediately go forward to help him, but still stood in front of the wall, not daring to move. That's not something you need to worry about, Seito said as he used his telekinesis to annihilate the gun in his hand into a pile of iron shavings. Seeing this, Ryoki Najuo's pupils subconsciously shrank, and tactfully didn't speak. But you can rest assured, you are all important to me, your life safety is completely guaranteed, and for this reason, I will help you resist the attack of Dorsaja, to ensure the safety of the entire Module 77. Seito looked at Ryoki Najuo and the other two and said, Of course, the premise is that you will cooperate. If you don't cooperate, then I will have to treat you like experimental animals. I believe that is absolutely not what you like. Let's go, come out with me, and take back Valvrave and Seito's body. Then, not caring about the silence of the three people, Seito turned around and said. However, at this time, Al Silver, who had been curled up on the ground, suddenly jumped up from the ground and launched an attack at Seito, but before his fist could finish, a powerful force immediately shrouded his body, as if an invisible hand lifted him into the air and imprisoned him there. What is this? Inuzuka Hisashi looked at the strange scene in front of him and subconsciously said. Superpower? Ryoki Najuo said in his heart. This is the last time. If there is a next time, I will directly attack the people around you who are familiar with you. I will let you watch them die in front of you. I promise I will do what I say. Ito-sei directly threw Al Silver to the side of the wall and said without looking back. Cough, 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 hateful. Al Silver cursed in a low voice. Are you really Sei? Inuzuka Hisashi asked hesitantly. And, I don't know why my body became like this, but I am indeed Sei. Al Silver said with a painful face while holding his abdomen with one hand and standing up from the ground with the other hand on the wall. Ryoki Najuo, Sakurai Aina, and Inuzuka Hisashi looked at each other and finally chose to believe Al Silver's words, and then with the support of Sakurai Aina and Inuzuka Hisashi, they followed Seito out. After a while, they returned to the ground. Seito, who was standing on the ground, didn't care about Inuzuka Hisashi and the others who were a little far from him, and directly summoned Karen and Red Lotus Saint Heaven Baji style, Valletta and Gunniver to his side. Looking at the sudden appearance of two people and two machines, Ryoki Najuo and Inuzuka Hisashi were shocked, but in the end, they had seen some strange things about Seito before, so they quickly calmed down again. But in their hearts, the possibility of resisting Seito became more and more uncertain. Destroy all the weapons within the scope of the module. Seito ordered Karen and Valletta, but be careful, don't kill this guy, capture him alive. While talking, Seito used Genjutsu to create an image of Seishiki and showed it to Karen and Valletta. Okay. Got it. Karen and Valletta replied respectively. Then without any nonsense, they directly jumped into the cockpit of Red Lotus Saint Heaven Baji style and Gunniver, and started the machine. In an instant 2 energy-solidified wings, one red and one green, stretched out from the back of the 2 machines. Then, the 2 machines flew and directly turned into 2 streams of light that were difficult to be followed by the naked eye. They flew to the north and south of the module, and began to fight for the return of the entire module. Natale, let's start. Remember not to destroy their main ship. I still need the people there. Seito, who retracted his gaze, took out the communicator and contacted Archangel. Understood. Bookie Lulu responded solemnly. Immediately, a level 1 battle alarm sounded on Archangel, and after that, Gen, Agility, 3 specially equipped Gundams, and the intelligent drones left by Seito were all released to attack Dorsche's cosmic battleship. At the same time, Archangel also emerged from the protection of the space camouflage, and all the cannons on the ship opened and fired at Dorsche's battleship. With just a toss, a frigate suddenly exploded under the bombardment of the Archangel. Under the silent illumination of the flames, it shattered into cosmic dust. Everyone, it's time to watch the fireworks. Seito turned and smiled at Roki Najuo, Sakurai Aina, Inazuka Kyuma, and Sei Shiki, who controlled Al Silver's body. Looking at the smiling Seito, they instinctively felt a chill in their hearts. But no matter what they thought, they had no choice but to follow Seito and continue to walk away, and then stop at a high point to accompany him to watch the fireworks that bloomed in the entire Module 77. Since you have such a powerful machine in your hands, why do you still want to take Valvrave? Al Silver asked. Naturally, it's because Valvrave has the technology one want to have. Seito glanced at Al Silver and said lightly. Then, you clearly had the opportunity to seize Valvrave before, why didn't you seize it at that time, but delayed it until now? Suddenly remembering Ito-sei's appearance, his appearance time, as well as his strange means, Ryuki Najuo questioned. Chapter 1303. Because I need Zero-san to mutate. Ito-sei turned around and looked meaningfully at Sei Shiki, whose consciousness was stored in Al Silver's body, and said. As soon as he finished speaking, Al Silver's expression immediately turned ugly as he thought of something. Do you know why I became like this? Al Silver asked in a deep voice. Of course I know, and you already know the answer. Seito chuckled. Valvrave. Al Silver muttered to himself in a voice that only he could hear. After that, everyone became silent, and only the sound of explosions echoed in their ears from time to time. Ah-Cheng, I have found the target and the target's location, but I can only protect one person. If the target's body is in the way, I need you to deal with it. At this time, a virtual screen suddenly appeared in front of Seito, and Valletta's image appeared on the screen. I know, I'll go there now. Seito replied. After that, the screen disappeared from everyone's sight. Ito-sei didn't care about Aina Sakurai, Yuma Inazuka, and Al Silver. He directly used instant transmission to rush to Valletta's location. What should we do? Looking at Seito, who suddenly disappeared in front of them, Sakurai Aina asked in a low voice. We can't run away, we can only hope that guy is telling the truth and won't do anything to us. Inazuka Jyoga sighed. Xiangzi. For some reason, Al Silver fell into an inexplicable state of mind, and muttered in a low voice. The more solitary Ryuki Najuo didn't say anything, he just stood on the side and looked at the flashes of explosions in the distance, quietly lost in thought. On the other side, Seito, who used instant transmission to rush to Valletta's location, appeared in the battle area. In the sky above this area, there were more than 20 football players that were magnified dozens of times. They held 2 metal alloy buffs and attacked Guinevere, who had to protect Valvrave, and Zero-san, who was unconscious. Seeing this, Seito turned his wrist and held the divine sword Celestial Clouds in his hand. He then covered the sword with plasma energy that was almost solid, strengthening the sharpness of the Celestial Clouds. He then appeared behind one of the buffs in a flash and slashed it from top to bottom. Although the outer layer of the buff was made of a super alloy that could adapt to the universe, the divine sword Tian Songyun was a demigod relic that surpassed the standard. Moreover, the sword was covered in a layer of almost melted lightning energy. Its sharpness and high temperature could not be blocked by ordinary cosmic alloys. Therefore, as soon as the sword landed, the buff's body immediately split from the middle and exploded. Then, Itose, who had completed the attack, flashed again and appeared behind another mech, continuing his sneak attack. Just like that, under Ito's sneak attack and Guinevere's attack, the 20 buffs were completely destroyed by the both of them. Peace returned to the area for the time being. "Leave this to me. Go and take care of the other troops," Ito said as he appeared next to Valvrave in a flash. "All right." Valletta's voice was heard from Guinevere's external loudspeaker. Then, the body shook and turned into a pale green stream of light that shot into the sky. In the blink of an eye, she disappeared from Ito's sight. After watching Guinevere leave, Ito did not hesitate and recalled Valvrave into the Rubik's Cube. He then carried Siro-san's unconscious body that suddenly appeared in his hand and disappeared. He then appeared next to AI, Silver and the rest who were rushing back to Nissan Academy. Looking at Ito's sudden appearance, Sakurai Aina was startled and subconsciously screamed, "Your body!" Inuzuka Hisashi looked at the body in Ito's hand and reminded her. AI, Silver shouted, but after seeing Ito's smiling face, she couldn't help but hesitate, not knowing whether to reach out and take her body back. Seeing this, Ryuki Najuo didn't say anything and directly walked to Ito's side. He reached out and took Siro-san's body and put it on the ground. "Hey, how can I make her recover?" Ryuki Najuo turned to look at Ito and asked. "Bite her," Ito chuckled. "Did you hear that?" Ryuki Najuo turned to look at AI, Silver and said. AI, Silver was surprised at first, then nodded in response. Then he stepped forward and squatted down in front of Ryuki Najuo's body, bent down and bowed his head. He opened his mouth and bit his own body's neck. The next moment, under everyone's gaze, AI, Silver's body fell to the ground weakly, and at the same time, Siro-san, who had been in a coma, opened her eyes and woke up. There's a mental force-like substance that's changing between the two of them. Is that a rune? Ito thought as he looked at all the changes that were visible or invisible to the naked eye. Siro-san was happy about her recovery. Inuzuka Hisashi was surprised by this change, Sakurai Aina was silently observing, and Ryuki Najuo didn't know what to think. AI, who was completely ignored by everyone except Ito, woke up from his coma, and used the fastest and most skillful method to kidnap Siro-san, who was closest to him. "Aina!" Inuzuka Hisashi shouted angrily. "How are you still alive? How can you still be alive? I've already killed you." Silver frowned as he looked at Shi Huiqing, who was a little dirty and covered in bloodstains. She looked completely fine. Hearing AI, Ryuki Najuo, Inuzuka Hisashi, and Sakurai Aina all looked at Siro-san, and Siro-san turned her eyes to Ito. She wanted to hear the explanation of this guy who seemed to know everything. As a result, other people, including AI, also looked at Ito. "Because your body has been transformed, and you have become another kind of existence that transcends human beings." Ito smiled and said, "If we use a more vivid analogy, you can now be classified as a vampire." "Vampire? Does that mean I'm no longer human?" Siro-san's body trembled when she heard the words. She looked down at her hands, her voice trembled, and her voice was filled with despair. At the same time, the system prompt once again appeared in his mind when he activated Valvrave. "Do you decide to give up your human identity?" The existing mobile weapons in the module have been eliminated. Except for some enemies who escaped from the module by ship, all the other soldiers stayed in the module and are now organizing street battles. At this time, with the reappearance of the virtual screen, Karen's figure appeared in front of everyone and reported. "Let Valletta continue to suppress the inside of the module. Karen, go to the universe from the universe port and help the Archangel attack the Dorsha battleship, but if things don't work out, let Comrade Natale leave the module and reorganize. Ito ignored the attention of the people around him and directly ordered, "Yes." Karen and Valletta, who suddenly appeared on the screen, responded in unison. "Who the hell are you?" AI looked at Ito and asked. Ito. "As for the rest, you won't know even if I tell you." Ito turned off the communication screen and said softly. Then, with a thought, he used instant transmission to teleport Sakurai Aina to his side. "But I advise you to be honest. Otherwise, you are likely to die before you achieve your dream." Ito, who had his hand on Sakurai Aina's shoulder, looked at AI and continued. AI, who suddenly found that the hostage had disappeared, was shocked and then fell silent. As an excellent person, he was very clear about when to do what. In this situation where the strength of the other party was unknown and they had magical abilities, it was best to listen to the other party's words and wait until they understood something before making a decision. Ito looked at AI, who was quite satisfied, and continued to lead them in the direction of Leeson Academy. They were originally not far from the academy, so it didn't take long for the 6 of them to return to Leeson Academy. Because of Ito's intervention, the Dorsha army that was originally stationed here had already evacuated from the academy. They took the battleship and flew out of Modulo 77's spaceport, so at this time, the faces of the students in the academy were full of lingering fear and joy. They gathered in groups of 3 to 5 and whispered about the attack. After about 10 minutes, the dating, which still had faint traces of artillery fire on its body and had not been completely repaired by the engineering machines and nanomachines in the ship, was escorted by many mechs into Modulo 77's spaceport and stopped there. So far, in the first exchange between the two sides, Ito's side lost dozens of AI drones, and a few of them were fast and agile. The other side lost 3 battleships, 1 damaged, and dozens of other mobile weapons at the cost of the exchange. However, knowing that this was only temporary, Ito didn't waste any time. After using force to suppress Modulo 77, he began to summon a large number of multi-purpose battle robots from the Rubik's Cube world and spread them throughout the entire Modulo 77 to clear out the remaining Dorsha soldiers. At the same time, he also searched for the hidden researchers of Project Valvrave in the Modulo 77 to conduct research on Valvrave and runes. Under these circumstances, 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. Modulo 77 welcomed the rescue fleet of the Alliance ANS. Chapter 1304. P.S. Thank you to Halcyon, NXCX, and XX1983 for their precious monthly vote. Thank you to Halcyon, NXCX, and Nickfany for their tips. Warning, you have entered our territory. Please leave immediately. Otherwise, we will use our right of self-defense to attack you. The Information Control Officer on the Archangel announced to the fleets of A, B, and S through the international channel. Are the Minerva, Kusanagi, and Athena ready? Ito asked Bakilialu, who was beside him, as he listened to the Information Control Officer's announcement. The Minerva was a specially equipped space warship built by Plant in the later stages of the Gundam ED world. When Ito took over the entire Gundam ED world, it was only half-built and not fully completed. However, with the intention of not wasting time, after swallowing the Gundam ED world, they mobilized manpower and material resources to complete the construction. This time, the defense of Module 77 was its first voyage. Captain, a female from Plant and also the captain of the Minerva in the original book Talia Karates. As for the Straw Razor, it was still the same Straw Razor. It came from the neutral country of Ob, but the captain had changed. It was no longer the original Carrie. Instead, it was replaced by Marius Lamias, who was temporarily free from assisting work. As for the Athena, It was a specially equipped space warship built according to the concept of the magical girl Naya's space administration, but it had more combat capabilities than a normal space warship. The Captain Yagami Zephyr, and the AI program of the Book of Night Sky, Linf. They are all in a state of battle readiness, ready to enter the war at any time. Bakilyalu reported. Seito nodded and silently looked at the image of the Yes fleet displayed on the optical screen of the Archangel. In fact, Seito didn't care much about the arrival of the Yes fleet. Not to mention that the other party's space warfare and weapons were far less powerful than Dorsha's. In terms of benefits, they didn't witness the power of Valvrave like in the original book, so they weren't very enthusiastic about going to war with an unfamiliar force that could fight against Dorsha. If it wasn't for the purpose of appeasing other allies, they wouldn't even send a warship over. And as expected by Itose, after the Archangel issued 3 announcements, the Archangel had already sent out 3 announcements. The Yes fleet began to slowly retreat outside the warning line drawn by Seito and stop, and sent a communication request to the Archangel. Connect. Seito said. Yes. The information controller responded. Pa. As the other party's voice fell, the image on the optical screen that had been showing the image of the universe immediately changed. A man in a dark brown suit with shoulder-length hair appeared. The figure of a man who looked about 30 years old appeared on the screen. Nice to meet you. I'm the Yes diplomat, Royce Taggart. The other party said in a soft and slightly magnetic tone. What's the matter? Seito, who was too lazy to deal with the other party, asked. On the screen. Seeing Seito being so uncooperative, Royce Taggart's mouth twitched slightly. He still maintained a fake smile and said, First of all, on behalf of the Yes United States, I would like to express our gratitude to you for your selfless rescue. Secondly, we hope that you can return the residents of Gial, a member state of the United States, in Module 77. You mean you want me to do it for free? Seito raised his eyebrows with a smile that was not a smile. For the sake of peace and friendship between our two sides, it's naturally best if you can do this. Royce Taggart smiled. In Royce Taggart's mind, Seito's side, which was quite weak, was really nothing to be afraid of. Even if his individual combat power was strong, he could not withstand the ocean-like army of the Yes United States. Not to mention that he had to divide his energy to defend Dorsha, who was already in a state of war, so in order to be able to concentrate on dealing with one side, he would choose to compromise under normal circumstances. Of course, this was the general situation, but for Seito, whose real military power was far superior to the Yes United States, and even Dorsha, even if it was a protracted war of attrition, the threat implied in Royce Taggart's words was really ridiculous. It was just that this time, he was only here for an airframe and the related technology it carried. He was not here to devour the entire world of the revolutionary airframe, so he would not be stupid enough to waste his energy on such a trivial matter. But it was absolutely impossible for him to let go of the hostages for free. Did he really think that the soldiers and drones under his command were expended for nothing? Don't talk to me about peace and friendship, it's useless to me. Seito sneered. If you want people, you can. Give me resources in exchange. Your Excellency, aren't you going to think about it? Royce Taggart frowned. No need. Seito said, then turned his head to Bucky Lulu beside him and said, I'll leave the rest to you. After that, he ignored Royce, who was stunned on the screen, and left the bridge by the elevator under Bucky and Lulu's gaze. He walked out of the Archangel and returned to the principal's office in Module 77 to rest. Just as Bucky Lulu, with the assistance of the intelligent program Stargazer, was negotiating with the United States on the handover of personnel, a few days passed unknowingly. Creak. On this day, accompanied by a soft sound, Sakura Basay, who looked very much like Angelina Jolie, pushed the door open and walked into the room. Seeing Sakuraba-sei's arrival, Seito extended his hand and invited her in. This is the information that just came from below. With a charming smile on her face, she walked up to Ito-sei and sat on Sakuraba-sei's lap. Then, she handed several documents to Ito-sei. Then, when Seito borrowed the documents to read, she stretched out her hands and hugged Seito's neck. As per your request, we didn't stop him and let him go, Sakuraba-sei continued. Aha! Seito, who was looking down at the documents, responded softly. In the documents, there were several photos taken from different angles. A purple-haired young man wearing a Dorsha uniform, a member of the Dorsha royal family, Adele, appeared in front of Seito and Sakuraba-sei's eyes. In the photo, he was inspecting the secret manufacturing workshop where the other Valvrave airframes and the unfinished Valvrave airframe were placed. Obviously, the purpose of his trip was to scout for information. It seems that even without the outbreak of Valvrave, he will still investigate this place with the information provided by Brew. This makes things easier. I was worried about how to give the unfinished Valvrave airframe to Kane and get another set of information from Dorsha, Seito thought. Looks like I need to create an opportunity for him to sneak in. He tossed the information on the table beside him. Seito said softly as he reached out and gently stroked Sakuraba-sei's waist. Honey, do you want to do it here? Seeing that Seito was free, Sakuraba-sei licked her sexy lips and looked at Seito seductively. Why? Are you looking for excitement? Seito raised his eyebrows and smiled. What do you think? Sakuraba-sei smiled as she gently stroked Seito's chest. As you wish. Seito smiled as he leaned forward. He kissed Sakuraba-sei, who took the initiative to press down. At the same time, both of their hands moved. They took off each other's clothes. Soon, before the kiss was over, the two of them were completely honest with each other. Sakuraba-sei then lifted her body slightly. She reached out to straighten Seito's relic and sat down slowly. Aha! Sakuraba-sei, who was enjoying the feeling of satisfaction, raised her head and let out a soft moan. After a while, Sakuraba-sei lowered her head and looked into Seito's eyes as she said softly, "Carry me to the window. There are a lot of students outside. I don't care about the girls, but I don't want the boys to see your body." Itosei raised his eyebrows as he rubbed Sakuraba-sei's chest and enjoyed her service. Then move the chair over as well. That way, they can only see my shoulders and a small part of my back. Is that okay? Sakuraba-sei smiled as she moved her body up and down rhythmically. It seems like you're looking for excitement today? Seito said. Yes. Sakuraba-sei smiled. All right then. Seito nodded. He hugged Sakuraba-sei's waist and stood up from the chair. He quickly walked to the window at the side and pressed her back against the cold window. He then pressed his other hand on the surface of the window and activated his alchemy skill silently. Suddenly, there was an undetectable flash of lightning. The composition of the glass on the molecular layer was immediately changed. It turned into a transparent glass that could only be seen from the inside but not from the outside. Hee, come on. Seito looked into Sakuraba-sei's eyes and smirked. Then, he lowered his head and kissed Sakuraba-sei passionately again. In front of the window that had turned into a transparent glass, they were kissing intensely. Waves of erotic air filled the room. Both of them were experienced warriors. After a long while, Sakuraba-sei let out a long moan as she clasped Ito-sei's back, ending this exciting primitive battle and cultivation. After that, the two of them stayed in the position of, I'm in you, and you're in me, for a while before separating from each other. They used Seito's water to clean their bodies and put on their clothes. Emma, how's the situation on your side? Seito sat back on the chair and contacted Emma, the person in charge of the ecological laboratory in the lowest level of the laboratory. She was collecting data from Valvrave, Seisei, Inazuka Kyuchi, and Najuo Ryoki. Seisei's father, who was also the person in charge of the Valvrave project, asked. It's all done. We can leave at any time. Emma, who was busy with something on the screen, replied. In that case, let's leave. Seito ordered. Are we taking the experimental subjects with us? Emma asked. No need. You can leave them to Sakuraba-sei. Seito thought for a while and said. Okay. Emma agreed. She then disconnected the call and began to instruct the laboratory staff to leave. When you take over the experimental subjects, remember to get rid of Seisei's father. Seito turned to look at Sakuraba-sei, whose face was gradually disappearing from her face. Okay. Sakuraba-sei nodded and quickly walked out of the room, disappearing behind the closed door. Nader, how's the discussion on your side? Seito, who was watching Sakuraba-sei leave, activated the communication device again and contacted Archangel's captain, Bugilialu. It's almost done. I believe that as long as we delay for a day or two, they will agree to all the conditions. Bugilialu replied. I see. Then let's continue. Seito pondered. What's wrong? Bugilialu was puzzled. It's nothing. Seito shook his head and smiled. Oh. Bugilialu did not ask and casually responded. Seito, who had nothing else to say, disconnected the call, got up, and walked out of the room. He walked toward the weapons manufacturing factory located underground and stored the other 4 completed Valvrave bodies in the Rubik's Cube world. He then tossed them to Royd, Lakshata, Erica, Celine, Nina, and Cecil to study. Then Seito returned to the secret laboratory and sent Emma and the other researchers from the Rubik's Cube world back to the Rubik's Cube world. They had already sorted out all the information about Valvrave, demonlings, runes, and third-generation genetic manipulation technology. At this point, 1/3 of Seito's main purpose of entering the world of revolutionary machines was completed. Following that, another 3 days of peace and tranquility slowly passed. That morning, according to the negotiation agreement, a large military transport ship from the ES sailed into Module 77's dock from the designated port and began the handover of the Gear civilians. However, at the same time, the Dorsha army that had been hiding not far away from Module 77 suddenly activated their ships and sailed toward Module 77 at high speed. Along the way, they released Dorsha's universal combat weapon buff and large firepower coverage weapon, Ideal, and launched a brazen attack on Module 77. Inform the YES ships to continue the handover of the civilians. Seito, who was sitting in the principal's office, contacted the Archangel and ordered, Archangel, Minerva, and Kusanagi, 3 ships, move out to meet the enemy. Yes, sir. Bugilialu, Margot, and Talia replied in unison. Then, 3 large ships that were completely different from the spaceships in the world of revolutionary machines sailed out of Module 77's spaceport. They released a large number of intelligent drones, NPCs, agility, and specially equipped Gundams to launch a counterattack against the Dorsha army. Countless explosions and smoke instantly blossomed in the silent space of the universe, illuminating the pitch-black universe with specks of light. However, in another direction that most people did not notice, a semi-invisible Dorsha battleship moved under Module 77 and used destructive means to attack Module 77. Chapter 1305. They're finally here. Feeling the vibration of Module 77, Seito discovered the enemy's movement through the nanomachines that covered almost the entire space of Module 77. Oni-sama, should we use Sinyo and the others to attack? Yagami Hayakami, the captain of the Athena, who was standing guard somewhere in space camouflage, suddenly jumped out from the laser screen and asked. No need, I purposely let them in. Seito smiled. So that's how it is. Yagami Jifeng knew his Oni-sama was about to do something bad again. Then I won't bother Oni-sama. Aha! Seito nodded in response. Then the two cut off the communication. Of course, in order to confuse the other party, when Ito-sei felt that it was about time, he transferred a batch of about 100 robots from the multi-purpose combat AI robots that were assisting the evacuation of the people from the outside into Nissan Academy. They moved towards the underground space and set up defenses on various levels. He wanted to prevent the other party from successfully obtaining the unfinished Valvrave 2 that he had suggested to leave behind in its original place. On the other side, Kane's team used the same drill method as in the original. After drilling holes for a while, they finally broke through the outermost layers of defense of Module 77 and entered the interior of Module 77. Take down the school as fast as possible. A man with short blonde hair in a white Dorsha military uniform with an artistic eye patch covering his right eye ordered. Sword of Lightning. The moment he said that, the Dorsha soldiers all shouted out their slogan. A large number of buff mechs flew out from the fleet, and the soldiers who rushed out first rushed into the interior of Module 77. Swoosh, 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 boom, 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 boom. The buffs only flew out a few dozen meters before laser beams suddenly shot out from all directions. A few bodies that couldn't dodge in time turned into blazing fireballs and exploded in the tunnel. Of course, as a price, there were also a few multi-purpose combat robots that were blasted into pieces by the buffs' counterattack. Then the two sides began an intense attack and defense around the large alloy drill that was still moving rapidly. Kane raised his head and looked at the sky with an interested expression. Gufia, Adele, Hanoan, you three pilot class and rush up and clear out those things that are in the way. Kane ordered. The so-called class was, in fact, an ideal. However, ideal was the name of these large machines, and class was the name of one of the models. However, even though it was just a weapon, its instantaneous firepower coverage was comparable to a space battleship. This was the reason why they were able to leave so many cannon marks on the Archangel, as well as the loss of drones and soldiers. The main reason? Yes. The three replied in unison. Afterwards, the three spaceships that were similar in size to small used spaceships used for carrying people use. A gigantic semi-humanoid body covered with cannonball launchers soared into the sky. Then, he rushed up to the intersection above him. Very quickly, the three airframes arrived at the battle location at a speed that did not match their size at all. They opened up the hundreds of missile launchers on their bodies and fired the missiles in all directions. Boom, 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 boom. In an instant, a series of violent explosions sounded. A large number of multi-purpose combat robots were destroyed under the intense bombardment. They turned into piles of metal garbage and scattered on the wreckage of the surrounding buildings that were also destroyed by the bombardment. Then, under the protection of the three class, the drill continued to move upward at a faster speed. Ike's, look here. Kane, who saw that the position was about right, ordered. Captain. Ike's was puzzled. Kane didn't answer. He just jumped into a buff and drove the buff upward. When he reached the level where the secret munitions factory was located, he stopped, jumped out of the cockpit again, and walked toward the secret munitions factory alone. At the same time, Seito also focused his attention on Kane, who was gradually walking into the dimly lit munitions factory that was surrounded by large test tubes filled with liquid. In the image, Kane looked at the prototype of Valvrave in the surrounding test tubes with interest while he walked toward the test tube of the unfinished Valvrave 2 machine placed alone at the innermost end. Valvrave, the hope of our race. Standing in front of the huge test tube wall, Kane looked up at the Valvrave 2 machine floating in the test tube and said softly. Then he raised his hand and took out an amber-like green stone from his arms and said softly, I know you have experienced a lot of bad things, but now I have to trouble you again. As soon as he finished speaking, as if in response, the thing that seemed to be an afterimage in the strange emerald gem quickly moved. In the blink of an eye, it turned into a little elf that was similar to the program image of Pinot in the Valvrave, but the gender was male, the demon envoy. Then, the transformed demon envoy and the stone lit up and slowly flew up from Kane's hand. At this time, Kane also seemed to have entered an inexplicable state. He opened his mouth and uttered a series of words that were unintelligible to humans. Immediately, Kane's body lit up, and his whole body exuded the same green light as the stone. Then, the stone that rose to the chest position of the Valvrave 2 machine rushed into the power core ball in the chest of the Valvrave 2 machine in the test tube. In an instant, the power core in the chest of the Valvrave 2 machine also lit up. Then the Valvrave 2 machine, operated by an inorganic engineer, spontaneously broke the outer wall of the test tube and jumped from the test tube to the ground. Finally, it's time, Kane whispered softly and quickly jumped into the cockpit of the Valvrave 2 machine. He connected the light emitted from his body with the Valvrave 2 machine and completely drove it. In an instant, a large number of green lights began to appear abruptly in the dimly lit secret munitions factory. They swarmed around the unfinished Valvrave 2 machine and evolved into the shape of 4 limbs, temporarily completing the construction work of the Valvrave 2 machine. Karen, Valletta, it's your turn to appear. In the office, Sei Ito connected to Karen's communication and said, "Understood." Karen agreed and immediately activated the Red Lotus Sacred Heavenly 8 Extremes. That had been in a standby state. She used the huge steel claw on her right hand to spray a powerful radiation wave attack on the ground, destroying the buildings on the ground. Then, she leaped into the air and flew toward the secret arsenal. Understood. At the same time, Valletta, who received the communication, also replied. She activated the Valvrave 2 machine and transformed into a stream of light that rushed into the Mausoleum Academy. With the help of the surrounding multifunctional intelligent combat robots, she launched an annihilation attack on the thick drill bit and the surrounding Dortians. "It's coming," Kane whispered to himself. Despicable human. On the Valvrave 2 machine's program panel, Devil Envoy Brew's figure appeared and said angrily, "Boom!" In an instant, a violent explosion sounded from the intersection of the green fluorescent energy arm and the Red Lotus Sacred Heavenly Baji style's silver claw that released a radiation wave attack. At the same time, a shock wave visible to the naked eye quickly spread to the surroundings and blew up the other intact test tubes. The liquid inside splashed onto the ground and made a splash sound. The Red Lotus Sacred Heavenly Baji style, whose attack was blocked, raised its left arm and launched several laser beams at the Valvrave 2. The other fluorescent energy arm of the Valvrave 2 stretched out and instantly collided with the laser beams. Boom! The violent explosion once again echoed in the munitions factory space. Then, the Red Lotus Sacred Heavenly Baji style and the Valvrave 2 that was overflowing with energy engaged in a fierce battle. During this period, the powerful destructive power of the two completely destroyed the entire space of the secret munitions factory. They did not stop fighting along the tunnel created by the drill into space and continued to fight there. However, whether it was because of the little Devil Envoy as the driving core and Kane, the Devil Envoy as the pilot, allowing the Valvrave 2, which surpassed the era, to erupt with powerful combat power, or because the physical fitness of the Valvrave 2 was already inhuman due to the training, and the performance of the Valvrave 2 had been improved several times by the technology of the Rubik's Cube world. The performance of the two Valvrave 2 machines was almost on par because of the relationship between their respective systems. Therefore, until the Valvrave 2, which had fully erupted with energy, began to have problems, there was still no clear winner. Before the Valvrave 2 completely collapsed, he had to use a big move to force Karen to retreat. He drove the Valvrave 2 back to the battleship and led the fleet to withdraw from the battle. Seeing this, Karen, who had already received Sei Ito's instructions, did not pursue. Instead, she and Guinevere flew toward the space battlefield that was about to end and launched the final attack on the Dorsha army that was about to be defeated. With the addition of the 2 new forces, the Dorsha army that was already in a precarious situation was quickly defeated. In a short while, the Red Lotus Sacred Heavenly Baji style, Guinevere, the 3 specially equipped Gundams, as well as the Great Angel, Grass Razor, and Minerva, all of them turned into space garbage. And without the obstruction of the Dorsha army, the actions of the yes side were even faster. In less than 2 days, they had transferred all the people on Module 77 to the battleship and flew back to Earth. Naturally, Ito Sei's subordinates had already collected enough genetic samples. They had completely lost their genetic value, such as Sei Haruto, Ryuki Nosuke, Inazuka Kuma, and the other students of Mori Academy, who had completely lost their genetic value, were also on the list of transferred personnel. They left Module 77 together with the fleet, temporarily abandoning Module 77, or rather, giving it to Ito Sei's side who had actually occupied this place. Chapter 1306. Regarding the behavior of ASS, who took other countries' things lightly, Ito Sei naturally would not be polite. Shortly after ASS's army left, he opened the Rubik's Cube world and absorbed Module 77 into the Rubik's Cube world for his own use. Or, like the base of the Pandora organization, he transformed it into a vacation and leisure place. In short, he will not let it go to waste. Then Sei Ito collected the Kusanagi, Minerva, and Athena, and took the Archangel that was left alone and headed towards Earth. Karen, you were the closest to the other party at that time. How did that green energy feel to you? In a lounge in the Archangel, Sei Ito looked at Karen, who was wearing boxer shorts and a sports vest, exposing a large area of white skin to the air, and asked, "How did it feel? If you want to talk about it, it's somewhat similar to Yang Chakra." Karen tilted her head and recalled the feeling at that time. Yang Chakra. It seems that the green rune energy is really a kind of life energy, Sei Ito said with certainty. By the way, didn't you want to get something from the guy who took the number 2 machine? Why don't you go after him now instead of returning to Earth? Karen, who didn't care much about the nature of those energy and technical things, asked with a puzzled look. The battleship that person was on was attached to by me with nanomachines as early as when he took people to destroy Module 77. Now as long as I want, I can find his trace at any time, but what I want from him is scientific and technological information, even if the other party is against the heavens. It also requires some research and development process, so the matter on his side is not urgent for the time being. Sei Ito replied with a smile. Oh, Karen said suddenly. Then what are you going to do on Earth? Karen asked again. To find someone. Sei Ito turned his head and looked in the direction of Earth, and said softly as if his eyes could penetrate the distance. The Archangel's sailing speed was very fast, and it only took more than a day to return to the geosynchronous orbit again. Sei Ito greeted Bukaruru, Karen, and Valletta, then moved and disappeared from the Archangel using instant transmission and appeared in the outer space, then wrapped his body with psychokinesis and turned into a meteor. He rushed into the atmosphere, under the gradually clear gravity drag. Sei Ito, falling at 3 times the speed of sound, quickly broke through the atmosphere and entered the inner space of Earth, and finally landed in a strange city. In order to figure out where he was at this time, Ito Sei used the old method to directly grab a passerby. He controlled the other party with hypnosis, asked what he wanted to know. I'm lucky. You actually landed in the territory of Dorsha. Ito Sei, who erased the other party's memory and sent the passerby away, said with a smile. Then his figures estes, and disappeared. He moved toward the location of the former imperial city of Dorsha. The city where Seito landed was not far from the city where the former imperial city of Dorsha was located, so it didn't take long for Seito, who used instant transmission to hurry, to appear in the vast area of the city. The palace complex exuded a cold and dilapidated atmosphere regardless of day or night. Then Seito released his mental power and began to search the entire palace floor by floor. Who is it? At the same time, in a cold room without any entertainment facilities in the palace, a purple-haired girl wearing the Dorsha royal costume with a petite figure, who looked only 14 or 15 years old, but the expression on her face and the emotions contained in her eyes were full of mature charm, turned her head abruptly and asked in her mind, "Hello, Lizaluti." A strange voice sounded in her mind, then Seito's figure appeared in front of her. "Who are you?" The girl called Lizaluti by Seito looked at the stranger who suddenly appeared in her room with a calm expression and asked in her mind, "My name is Seito. Like your clan, I came from another world." Seito, who maintained the mental connection, said softly, "You are indeed different from the people of this world." Lizaluti replied softly, "Oh." Seito's face showed a curious expression. "I don't feel the aura of runes from you," Lizaluti replied. "Huh." Seito raised his eyebrows in surprise. According to his understanding, things like runes should be a universal substance in all dimensions. Even in other worlds there might be races that discovered and used this substance. At most, they just had different names. After all, the demoniacs were a race from another universe dimension, and they were not native creatures like humans. But even so, they could still find the existence of the so-called runes from the humans in the world of the revolutionary machine, which was enough to show that they were not ordinary people. But now, as a member of the Demon Envoy clan who fed on runes, Lizaluti actually said that she didn't feel the existence of the so-called runes from him, which made Seito feel a little surprised. But this thought only existed for less than 2 seconds before it was thrown aside by Seito. It couldn't be helped. His form of existence was very special and couldn't be inferred with common sense, so it was normal for there to be some deviation. What about him? Then, Seito immediately summoned a human from the Rubik's Cube world and placed him in front of Lizaluti. Lizaluti showed a look of curiosity about Seito's summoning method. After all, although their Demon Envoy clan could also use some strange powers, they didn't have this ability. But at most, she was a little curious and didn't have the intention to get to the bottom of it. So after looking at Seito for a while, she set her eyes on the human he summoned. "I can feel it." Lizaluti, who felt it silently for a while, said. "What about him?" Seito asked again after putting away the previous man and transforming into a new man. "The same." Lizaluti looked at Seito somewhat inexplicably and replied. Seito didn't answer and released several humans from different worlds, different races, and even with different powers for Lizaluti to test. The final conclusion was that runes were indeed a power that could be used in all dimensions. It would only change in strength or weakness depending on the method of cultivation. Sure enough, it's life energy, Seito secretly thought. Only life energy would undergo external changes in strength according to different cultivation method. "Why are you looking for me?" Lizaluti asked. "I want to take you away," Seito replied softly. "Why?" Having seen Seito's magical method of suddenly appearing and disappearing, Lizaluti didn't doubt that the other party didn't have the ability to take her away. "Because you are different from other demoniacs who work for humans. What you pursue is to integrate into human society. In addition, I am also curious about the rune application technology in the hands of your race, so I have decided to take you away and give you a free life. You will no longer be imprisoned and punished by your fellow demoniacs who regard you as a traitor." Itose reached out and grabbed Lizaluti's hand, then pulled up her cuff, revealing a dark green pattern on her inner arm that looked like a pattern on a hachikata jacket. A very beautiful color, but unfortunately, it's something that can take a person's life, Ito said while gently stroking the dark green pattern with his finger. This pattern was a punishment forbidden technique of the demoniacs for sinners. It could continuously absorb the rune power from the sinner until the sinner was completely dead. It could be regarded as a death penalty forbidden technique specially developed by their race. Then Ito used his finger to destroy several patterns on Lizaluti's arm from a hyperdimensional perspective, breaking the seal on her body. Then he activated the authority of the God of Life in his body and injected pure life energy into Lizaluti's body, restoring the life energy in her body that had become very scarce. On the other hand, it also replenished the rune information in her body. "Thank you." Lizaluti thanked him. "Is there anything you want to pack?" Ito asked after putting down Lizaluti's arm. "No." Lizaluti turned her head and glanced at the room, then said softly, "That's good." Ito said as he held Lizaluti's hand again. After that, with a thought, he used the Flying Thunder God technique to disappear from the room and returned to the captain's lounge in the Archangel. Then his figure flashed again and entered the Rubik's Cube world, appearing in the witch's hut where Lucretia Sola lived. "Oh, isn't this the king?" Lucretia, who was wearing a black tulle nightgown that vaguely showed her underwear and skin, leaned on the armrest of the sofa in a half-lying position. She looked at Ito, who suddenly appeared in the room, and Lizaluti next to him, and said with a smile, "And is this Wang Ning's new concubine?" In the face of Lucretia's teasing, as a member of the demoniacs, Lizaluti, who was very emotional and sometimes couldn't understand the complex emotions of human beings, didn't answer. She just stood aside like a porcelain doll, waiting for Ito's arrangement. "Okay, let me introduce you," Ito said in a bad mood. "This is Lizaluti, a resident of the outside world, but different from the ordinary people in the outside world. Lizaluti is a member of the demoniacs, which is somewhat similar to vampires in nature. Lizaluti, this is Lucretia, the witch." Then, Ito pointed to Lucretia and introduced her. Lizaluti, who was deeply surprised by the title of witch, looked at the smiling Lucretia in surprise and said softly, "Hello." Chapter 1307. P.S. Thank you to Cloud Pattern Ice, Sacred Night, +++DF, XF20 Zan, Zhang Xiaozhong, Smuck, Skimmer, and 9090405914 for their precious monthly vote. Thank you to Strip to See the King, Halcyon, and Nickfanny for their tips. Phew, it's finally a success. Emma, who had just completed an experiment with the instrument, exhaled softly. What succeeded? At this moment, Ito's voice sounded in her ear. "My lord." Emma hurriedly turned around upon hearing this and called out, "This is..." Ito, who walked to Emma's side, looked at the huge cell sample on both sides of the isolation window that was grabbed by 4 strangely shaped robotic tentacles. This is the second generation of the Forgemaster's cell sample that was created by combining the Forgemaster's strengthened fiber cells with rune theory. Emma, who also looked at the cell, replied, "Really? Well done." Ito turned to look at Emma and asked. After the latter nodded in confirmation, he kissed her on the lips and praised. "My lord." Emma, who was attacked by a sneak attack, rolled her eyes at Itsunari and rebuked him. "Did you send the sample over?" Ito smiled and turned to look at the cell sample again. "This is the only successful cell sample so far, so the second-generation mutation cannot be carried out for the time being. Therefore, I plan to pass it to Celine and Dr. Cecil after I make some progress in the cultivation." Emma shook her head. "Well, let's do that. But I find that I am now looking forward to the biological material made from these cells and nanomachines." Ito smiled. With our current technology, I believe we will soon see it, Emma said confidently. By the way, how is the research on the ruins of the spaceship? Ito, who retracted his gaze and looked at Emma again, asked. We've already obtained the biological tissue samples that make up the spaceship ruins. We're currently deciphering its core information. As for the other aspects, we're still stuck at the level of simple verification. Emma shook her head in response. I see. Ito nodded. There's no rush. Take your time to crack it. Yes, Emma replied with a slight nod. Sir, you're here for? Emma asked curiously. She was curious about Ito's purpose in coming here. Nothing much. I just dropped by to check on your research progress and tease you. Ito reached out and pinched Emma's buttocks under her skirt. Immediately, he teleported to the entrance of the laboratory. He laughed strangely. Milord, it seems that I need to add your name to the blacklist. Emma pretended to be serious as she looked at Ito and said softly. Oh, that's not good news. Ito raised his hand in surrender. All right, I won't disturb you from modifying the samples. I'm leaving, Ito said as he stepped back. With that, Ito's figure appeared in front of Emma again in a flash. He leaned forward and kissed her on the lips. Then, before Emma could react, he disappeared from the laboratory using teleportation. Damn you, sir! Emma, who raised her hand to caress her lips, gritted her teeth and cursed. But soon, her expression changed. She shook her head slightly and chuckled. Then, she turned around and focused on modifying the remaining cells behind the isolation window. On the other hand, Ito, who left the ecology laboratory, instantly appeared in the energy and body design laboratory led by Nina, Royd, Lakshata, and Erica. Pino is hungry. As soon as Ito appeared, Pino's delicate voice echoed in the laboratory from inside the valve reveille. Someone, find a beast for her, Royd, who was studying rune power with Nina, ordered without looking back. Another beast. Pino doesn't like it. It's disgusting, disgusting. Pino complained like a little elf. What about this? Ito used his authority to create a pure life energy and asked. Pino likes it, Pino said with a happy face. Milord. Hearing Ito's voice, Royd and Nina, who were studying rune power, as well as Lakshata and Erica, who were inspecting the entire valve reveille, looked up at him, either nodded or greeted him. Ito nodded slightly in response to everyone's greeting. He then focused on using his ability to create more life energy. Then, when he felt that it was about time, he used a seal to create an aquamarine diamond-shaped crystal and threw it to Nina. This was not the first time Ito made this crystal. As early as a few days ago, when Ito placed Lizaludi in Lucretia's place, he used the same method to create a life crystal with a higher content and gave it to Lizaludi for her to eat when she was hungry, as well as a life-saving tool in case Lucretia was in danger while studying the forbidden technique she carried with her. In the future, when she's hungry again, use the channeling array to guide the energy here and feed it to her. Ito, who had created a new mass of life energy and sent it to the core power furnace of the valve reveille for Pino to eat, instructed Nina. Okay, Nina, who looked down at the aquamarine crystal lying quietly in her hand, agreed. How's the progress? Ito turned his head to look at Royd and asked. The design of the valve reveille is very simple. We can basically come up with the same or even better design immediately. It's just that there's a small problem with the compatibility of the cells, but it's not a big problem. I believe it will be solved soon. Royd, whose eyes fell on the valve reveille's fuselage surrounded by many researchers with instruments, raised his hand to push the glasses on his face, and said in his unique strange voice, Have you thought about how to solve the problem of the supply of rune energy? Ito nodded and asked again. We have come up with 2 sets of plans in this regard, Nina said on the side. After years of sharpening, her initial timidity had long disappeared. She had become full of confidence, and her body exuded a mature charm. She also raised her hand to push the glasses on her face with her middle finger and said, "The first is to use the latest batch of energy crystals and then use the exclusive energy conversion array developed by the Magic Array Department to achieve the purpose of rune energy supply. However, this has certain requirements for the materials. Without determining whether the new ecological material can adapt, effective experiments can't be conducted for the time being to correct the data. The second is to continue to use the high-purity biological energy extracted from animals and demonic beasts as power. It's just that this is different from the original model, except that the consumption items are changed from human pilots to animals. Other than that, there are no changes at all. Also, it's not quite in line with the upcoming upgrade plan, so it was directly abandoned. In other words, everything is on the new ecological material that combines the characteristics of the cells, rune theory, and nanomachine technology," Seito said thoughtfully. "It's like this for the time being," Nina confirmed. "Then I have a piece of good news for you. Emma has managed to cultivate a second generation of strong reproductive cells with runic characteristics. I believe it won't be long before the cultivation work is completed and handed over to Celine and Cecil. The third generation of biological material cultivation will be carried out," Seito said with a smile. "That's really good," Royd said with a strange smile. "Okay. You guys continue, I'm leaving." Seito glanced at the researchers in the laboratory, and then his figure flashed. He disappeared in front of Royd and Nina's eyes, and returned to the Archangel in the geosynchronous orbit of the revolutionary machine world. He sat cross-legged on the bed and began to cultivate. Seito either sat cross-legged alone in meditation or through the way of communicating feelings with his women. More than a week's time quickly passed by in silence. At this point, Seito had entered the revolutionary machine world for nearly a full month. I remember that in the original work, not long after Kane obtained the second machine, he managed to develop the corresponding runic machine technology in less than 5 days. Obviously, before obtaining the second machine, he, or rather, the Demon Envoy race had obtained the corresponding manufacturing technology through another elf-like Demon Envoy, Brew. Now that I've given them more than a week's time to research, I believe that a more mature product should have appeared. On this day, Seito was lying on the bed with one hand behind his head and the other hand hugging Bucky Lulu, who was resting in his arms. He placed his palm on her chest and gently played with it. "Natale, issue a second-level combat order to the entire ship. It's time for us to pick the peaches." Thinking of this, Seito, who was gently pinching the small protrusion on Bucky Lulu's chest with his index and middle fingers, suddenly said, "Aha." Bucky Lulu responded softly, then she supported her body with force, sat up from the bed, turned over, and stood on the ground. She grabbed the military uniform hanging on the hanger and put it on. Then, while fastening the buckle, she walked to the communicator in the lounge, pressed the communication button to connect to the bridge, and issued a second-level combat order to the entire Archangel. The next moment, accompanied by a rapid alarm, the clear voice of the information controller was transmitted throughout the Archangel, conveying instructions to all the soldiers and staff on the ship. Then, Seito, who turned over and stood up from the bed, walked out of the room together with Bucky Lulu, walked along the corridor to the elevator, took the elevator to the bridge, and sat next to the captain's seat and the captain's chair. "Stargazer, show the position of the enemy," Seito ordered loudly. After that, a universe route map and a small flickering red dot appeared on the optical screen diagonally above the bridge, indicating the position of the enemy. "Correct course, target lunar orbit, forward." Bucky Lulu, who returned to her rigid appearance as soon as she put on the military uniform, ordered solemnly. "Correct course, target lunar orbit, forward." The helmsman repeated while activating the thrusters of the Archangel. Almost instantly, the Archangel, which had been maintaining a silent posture in the geosynchronous orbit, let itself rotate with the Earth's rotation. The hull of the Archangel trembled slightly, turned around, got rid of the rotational inertia, and flew in the direction of lunar orbit. The distance between the two was not far, so it took less than 3 hours for the Archangel to enter lunar orbit and fly toward the target location. Are we really going to start a war here? If I remember correctly, the lunar region of this world seems to be an international neutral zone. You can't use force here. Bucky Lulu looked at Saito next to her and said, "So the purpose of the Archangel this time is to send me here." Saito explained with a smile. "You want to sneak in by yourself?" Bucky Lulu frowned. "Yes." Saito responded softly. "We have entered the observation range." At this time, the voice of the radar controller sounded. At the same time, an optical image of the universe appeared on the screen in the Archangel's bridge. On the screen, several Dorsian battleships that were painted dark red and looked like large boxes floated quietly outside a module that was exactly the same as Module 77. Or rather, it was the same as all the Outerverse ecological modules in the world of the revolutionary machine. More than 10 small half-human buff mechs flew in all directions, guarding the surroundings. "I'm going over," Saito said. "Be careful," Bucky Lulu said. "Yes," Saito responded softly, and his figure instantly disappeared from the bridge of the Archangel and appeared on the optical screen outside the Archangel. Then, in a flash, he disappeared from the optical screen again. Plop, plop, plop. Accompanied by a series of soft sounds, everyone in the bridge of a Dorsian battleship fainted without warning, and their bodies fell weakly to the ground. It was not until this time that the figure of the culprit, Saito, appeared in the bridge. He walked slowly to the console, reached out and pressed on the surface of the instrument, launched electromagnetic control ability, and began to forcibly invade the battleship's control system program. After mastering the design concept and design foundation of the revolutionary world system, Saito quickly obtained administrator authority of the battleship's control system and began to search all the information stored in the system. In an instant, all the information including the target of his trip, all the information of the Dorsian battleship, the Dorsian military communication channel, information, various military secrets and command documents were presented in front of Saito's eyes through electronic signals. However, Saito, who did not intend to dominate this world, was not interested in this at all. He directly blocked it, and then used a tool to store the information about the rune machine that he left alone. Then, after copying the information, Saito's figure flashed and moved to the storage of the body and the backup parts that he saw from the battleship's design information when he invaded before, stealing the rune machine made by Dorsian. Chapter 1308. The air quality in this world is really bad. Saito, who was standing on the top of a mountain, muttered with an unhappy expression, "The smell of blood in this world is really unbearable." But then again, only this kind of situation is in line with the nature of this world. That's right, the world Saito was in was no longer the half-peaceful revolutionary machine world, but the third world that he planned to land in, the world of the Evangelion of the new century. That day, Itose secretly sneaked into the Rubik's Cube world and transferred all the information and equipment related to the rune machine that Dorsia had developed into the Rubik's Cube world. He gave them to Lloyd and the others to study. Then, he set off to find Kane, who was possessed by a monster that was a combination of spirit and energy. He used force to take down Kane, who was about to resist, and snatched the other elf-like monster, Brew, from Kane's arms. Naturally, Brew, who had an agreement with Kane, wouldn't just let himself be captured. But with the combat power of his race, without the Valvrave machine, there wasn't much to see. They were about the same as the warriors in the main world. At most, they had an additional layer of immortality. For Seito, it wasn't a problem at all. A simple space sealing technique imprisoned Brew and threw him into the Rubik's Cube world. He handed him over to the female elf-like spirit creature, Pino, who had a good relationship with Seito, Nina, Cecil, and Celine, as well as Lizaludi, who occasionally came to the laboratory to help persuade him. After all, one of them was his sister, and the other was his race. In terms of words, they were much more useful than the humans he was hostile to. At this point, Seito's purpose of coming to the revolutionary machine world was achieved. Then, he separated from the Dorsha warship. Seito returned to the Archangel, and sent the Archangel back to the Rubik's Cube world. Then, he also returned to the Rubik's Cube world, and began to speed up the research of materials. Just like that, after staying in the revolutionary machine world for about 3 months, the new biological material that combined the strengthened fiber cells, rune principles, and nanomachines technology was finally researched by Emma, Cecil, Celine, and the others. After handing it over to Royd, Nina, Lakshata, and Erica, they began to design and modify the body. Seeing this, Ito-sei knew that there was no need to stay in the revolutionary world anymore, so he returned to the overworld. After spending a few days with Karaki Mai and Nagasawa Masami in the overworld, he entered the New Age Evangelion world. I wonder what time it is now. In the lingering sound, Ito-sei's figure suddenly disappeared from the top of the mountain. He moved towards the east that he had chosen based on the position of the sun. About a minute later, Seito appeared in a European-style city. But unlike the modern cities he had traveled through before, this seemingly prosperous city showed a hint of depression. Not only were there few pedestrians on the streets, but they were all listless. Even most of the buildings in the city looked very old and looked like they had been in disrepair for a long time. Tisk. Seito, who took everything into his eyes, walked toward the convenience store that was still open not far away. Ding-ling-ling. The bell hanging on the door made a crisp sound, reminding the staff of the convenience store that there was a customer. Welcome. A feeble welcome sounded. Where is this? Seito's eyes flashed as he walked in front of the staff wearing a green vest and a white short-sleeved shirt. Weestrom. The staff replied with a blank look in his eyes. Obviously, the moment he looked at Seito as an ordinary person, he was hypnotized by Seito. What's the time now? Seito asked again. April 4th, 2015. The staff turned his head and looked at the clock hanging on the wall and continued, 15:07. I have time to fly. Seito turned around and walked out of the convenience store. When he opened the door, he raised his hand and snapped his fingers to wake the staff up from the hypnosis. Then, regardless of whether there was anyone around him, he directly flew into the sky and shot in the direction of Japan. A few hours later, when it was close to dusk in Japan, Seito finally flew over the mountains and seas and arrived in the sky above Japan. He quickly flew to the third new Tokyo city. This time, it took even less time. After only a few minutes, Seito appeared on the street of the third new Tokyo city and stopped in front of an unoccupied phone booth. Seito reached out and opened the glass door. He quickly entered the phone booth. He picked up the phone and held the dark twisted phone line with his right hand. He activated the discharge and electromagnetic control ability and turned it into a signal to invade the phone network. He then used the connection between the exchanges to invade the civil affairs network of the third new Tokyo city and began to search for information. Oh, what an advanced firewall it should be from NEVR. In the process of exploring the information, he suddenly discovered a well-programmed and well-defended electronic city wall. It was a secret passage of Ito-sei. I'm speechless. Everything that might be related to NEVR is protected by Never's firewall. It seems like I have to touch their firewall if I want to find out anything. Seito clenched his teeth and cursed after searching for a while. He had no choice. As the three mainframes intertwined, Magi, who had the ability to resist Apostle's invasions, was not that easy to trick. Seito even believed that as long as he crashed into the firewall, he would immediately trigger Never's security system and make them search the entire city. Whatever, I'll first create a fake identity for myself in the public security and civil affairs system before touching that troublesome thing. With this thought in mind, Seito immediately changed his mind and hacked into the government's household registration system through the phone. He created a set of detailed and fake information for himself from birth until now. In order to make it more realistic, after the information was created, Seito even hacked into another country's civil affairs system to fill in the loopholes in his fake information. Of course, this was only to fool normal people. If Enivyar or that bastard Dan Yuendu really wanted to call himself Jeuneur, they would be able to find out that there was no such person in the system. However, Seito didn't care about this at all. After all, he only came here to search for the components he wanted. He didn't really want to do anything. It was fine as long as he could fool them for a while. Therefore, after creating a fake identity, Seito set his eyes on the information protected by Never's firewall and crashed his ability into it without hesitation. Warning! Warning! An unknown program has infiltrated the headquarters. At the same time, in a certain space in the huge golden tower that served as the Japanese headquarters of Enivyar, a sharp alarm echoed in the room. Identify the source. Her legs were wrapped in dark-colored stockings. She was wearing a dark-colored professional skirt and a white long-sleeved shirt. She was wearing a white lab coat. There was a small teardrop under the corner of her left eye as she ordered in a solemn tone. No hair. Lock onto the target. Beside her, a young woman with short black hair in a beige uniform shouted anxiously. Is it an apostle? The blonde woman operating on the keyboard asked again. No, it's a normal hacker attack. A young man with long, straight hair who looked more like a rock and roll youth than a secret organization employee answered. How can a normal hacker attack break through Never's firewall? The short-haired woman said in disbelief. Looks like the opponent is very strong. The blonde woman sneered. Magi, activate the anti-tracking program. Then, the blonde woman ordered. As soon as he finished speaking, a clear buzzing sound began to ring in the room. Then, the red light on the attack and defense schematics displayed on the huge fluorescent screen in front of the room immediately retreated, indicating that the attacking side's actions were hindered. As expected of a semi-biological computer. Such powerful computing power. Seito, who felt the pressure, exclaimed in his mind. But I've already found what I wanted to find. I'll play with you guys next time. After that, Seito quickly retracted his ability and put the microphone back to its original position. Then, he activated Blink and disappeared from the phone booth. Less than 5 minutes after he disappeared, several black cars sped to the empty phone booth and stopped in front of it. More than a dozen burly men in black suits and sunglasses got out of the car. They looked like bodyguards. Higashi, wait. At the back of a school, a male student with small freckles on his face and a DV camera in his hand shouted at a male student who was sweeping the ground with a broom and wearing a black sportswear. What? The boy named Higashi was puzzled. Do you want to come with me to take a look at those things later? The freckled boy asked excitedly. Forget it, Kensuke. I don't want to go to jail for spying on military secret. Higashi declined politely. Tisk, boring. Kensuke, who felt like a bucket of cold water was poured on his head, said in a low voice. Shao. But at that moment, Kensuke suddenly discovered a figure appearing beside his friend in a strange way. He instinctively opened his mouth to warn his friend, but before he could speak, he felt his eyelids becoming heavy and he fell into a deep sleep. Chapter 1309. Is this the place? Ito said softly as he stood under a dilapidated multi-story building that looked like it was about to be demolished. At this moment, if a traveler familiar with the storyline of the Evangelion was here, he would discover that this dilapidated building was the building where the goddess, Rei Limbo, resided. As for how Ito found this place, it started before dark. After investigating the location of the school where Shinji and others studied in the original novel, Ito immediately used instant transmission to arrive at the school after school. Originally, Ito thought that he would have to wait until the class started, but he didn't expect to be lucky. He actually met Suzuki Toshiharu and his best friend Ida Kensuke, who were left in the school because of the duty arrangement. Seeing this, Ito naturally wouldn't be polite. He immediately appeared beside the two of them, controlled them with hypnosis, and learned Rei Ito's home address from them. After all, the school they studied in was a subordinate unit of the NEVR organization. It was the same as the Kisen Academy in the revolutionary world. It was a place specially used to place EVA-qualified people. Therefore, as far as the general home address was concerned, it didn't need to be disguised at all. It was directly written on the school's commuter record. Therefore, Ito was able to find this place so smoothly. 1, 2, 3, 4 hidden sentries. Ito Seijin closed his eyes and released his psychic power to explore the surrounding situation, thinking to himself. Then he stepped out of the dark corner and quickly disappeared from the eyes of the hidden sentries like an illusory bubble. He swaggered into the building and walked toward the room where Rei Ito lived. Rei Ito's room was on the 4th floor. It was a room near the middle of the building. In addition, neon people had the habit of showing the owner's name to the public, so Ito quickly arrived at the room. The word Rei Ito was written on the door, the delivery box was filled with various newspapers, and the surface of the door was full of black stains. On the surface, it didn't look like an inhabited room, but more like a haunted house. He opened the door and walked in. In an instant, only the nearby starlight penetrated through the window. There was no artificial light in the room at all, and the ground was covered with dim light. Ito saw a large number of blood-stained gauze scattered on the ground. He didn't know what it was for, but it had been crumpled into a ball of waste paper. It made the whole room look like a junkyard. Ito didn't take off his shoes. He just stepped on the floor with his shoes on. Walked to the bedroom inside. The entrance was not long, only about 1.5 to 1.6 meters in length. It only needed 3 steps to complete it. Then, the Rei Itos. A curtain and 2 beakers that could only be seen in the laboratory. She didn't come back. Ito glanced around the room. Then he walked to the bed, turned around, and sat down. Although I've seen it in the original work, I still can't help but feel a sense of desolation when I see it with my own eyes. That bastard Dan Yuandu deserves to die. Ito slightly narrowed his eyes to hide the murderous light in his eyes. He couldn't help it. In his previous life, he had seen anime on TV. Except for a few characters in Feudal Heaven and Earth, Natsuya Yamamoto, and Miyuki Kobayakawa in The Arrest Warrant, there was only Rei Ling from New Age Evangelion. As for the Sailor Moon, what was that? His memory seemed to be blurred. So after personally experiencing this situation, Ito couldn't help but want to kill. Ito slowly put away his anger, sat cross-legged on Rei Ling's bed, and entered a state of cultivation while waiting for Rei Ling's return. And this wait lasted for 2.5 days. On this day, with a soft sound, Rei's figure appeared in front of Ito-sei. She was wearing a white short-sleeved shirt, a light blue wide-strapped skirt, and black socks. She had a black leather bag in her hand. She had short sky-blue hair. She had no expression, no mouth, and no heart. Her right forearm was wrapped in bandages. She was wearing a white short-sleeved shirt, a light blue wide-strapped skirt, and black socks. "Who are you?" Rei Ling stared at Sei-Ito with her emotionless red eyes and asked in a flat voice. Sei-Ito. Sei-Ito said softly as he stood up from the bed and walked towards Rei Ling, I don't know you. Rei Ling said again without any change in her tone. It doesn't matter, as long as I know you. Because the distance between them was very close, Sei-Ito only took 2 steps to arrive in front of Rei Ling. Then he raised his hand and reached towards Rei Ling's cheek and said, And don't we know each other now? Just as Sei-Ito's palm was about to touch Rei Ling's cheek, Rei Ling, who had been motionless, suddenly grabbed Sei-Ito's wrist with a speed comparable to a trained soldier. She turned around and swung her arm towards Sei-Ito's neck. In this regard, Ito-sei was very surprised, but he didn't hesitate at all. He raised his hand and grabbed Rei's arm, and hugged her tightly in his arms. Don't worry, I won't hurt you, Sei-Ito said softly. At the same time, he also understood why Rei Ling had such skills. It was all because of her identity as the pilot of Never's Plane Zero. In terms of organization composition, she was a member of the underground party. She was an important special talent, so for her safety, a certain amount of military training was essential. But in the original work, she didn't show it because it wasn't necessary at all. After all, the people she came into contact with were all her colleagues in NEVR. No one would trouble her for no reason. Even if Asuka didn't get along with her in the later part, it was only a simple verbal and physical conflict. She didn't need to enter a defensive state, so she didn't show any signs of defensive technique. Then, Sei-Ito gently let go of Rei Ling. After regaining her freedom, Ling Bo Li's reaction was even simpler. She directly turned around and walked towards the entrance. She looked like she couldn't beat him, so why not just ignore him? Seeing this, Sei-Ito quickly used instant transmission to teleport her in front of him, then stretched out his arms and hugged her again. You are planning to go back to NEVR headquarters, right? But if you leave, I will be in trouble. Ito-sei lowered his head and looked at Rei, who was quietly staring at him with a bitter smile. Rei Ling didn't speak, she just looked at Sei-Ito calmly. Are you lonely? After a long while, Ito-sei let go of Rinbo Rei slightly. After finding that she didn't move, he grabbed Rinbo Rei's injured arm and took it in front of him. He cut the bandage with his finger blade and lowered his head to ask softly. Rei Ling still didn't speak, she just quietly looked at Sei-Ito's actions. A person, no friends, no hobbies, and no purpose in life. Don't you feel lonely living only for work? Sei-Ito's hand covered Rei Ling's arm with a faint green light, healing the wound on Rei Ling's arm. That's my mission. Rei Ling's expression didn't change even when she saw Sei-Ito's strange method. Also, what is loneliness? Rei Ling asked back. Loneliness. Sei-Ito frowned and thought for a while. Just like what I said above, having no good friends to talk to, no hobbies to pass the time when you are alone, living like a machine, and no psychological sustenance. It feels like you are the only one in the world. This is loneliness. I don't understand. Rei Ling replied. That's because you haven't really started living yet. Although Sei-Ito finished healing Rei Ling's arm, he still held her tightly and smiled. But it doesn't matter. From today onwards, I will try my best to let you understand what it feels like to be alive. Rei Ling once again looked at Sei-Ito with her calm scarlet eyes. First, we need to clean up the entire room and make it look like a place to live. Sei-Ito turned around and looked at the trash around him. After saying that, he smiled at Ling Bo Li and used his telekinesis to wrap both of their bodies. Then, he used the soul-splitting technique to split out a large number of telekinesis tentacles to clean up the entire room. In an instant, along with the sudden appearance of dust in the room, the scattered trash on the ground immediately flew up spontaneously and piled up at the door under the control of an invisible force. You are an apostle, Rei Ling suddenly said. No, I am just a human with magical powers, Sei-Ito denied with a smile. A human can't have this kind of power. Ray Ling denied. Why not? Seito asked back. Ray Ling couldn't answer. Actually, every human can have power. The only difference is whether or not they can awaken it. For example, you call it the heart barrier. That is a kind of power that a human can obtain after awakening the power of the soul. Seito explained softly. But now, you are using a combination of mysticism and technology to achieve this goal. While Seito was talking, a stream of water suddenly appeared in the room. Along with the linen cloth that Seito conjured, it started cleaning the room. Is there anything you want to eat? Seito looked at Ray Ling and asked. Chapter 13:10. P.S. Thanks to Wind Don't Be Foolish, Big T Bowl, Wongit, and Metering Million Lion for their precious monthly votes. Thanks to NXCX, Little Fatty Dragon, and Halcyon for their tip. Along with a soft sound, a blue-haired girl walked out of the bathroom next door. She was completely naked except for a fluffy white towel around her neck. Seito, who was about to ask Rinbo Ray to eat, was stunned. He then smiled bitterly and said, I say, Ray, don't you know that your current appearance will easily attract people to commit crimes? Ling Boli didn't reply. She walked to the bed at the side and naturally picked up the white underwear and shirt on the bed. Forget it. I don't know what you like to eat, so I just made 2 dishes. Try them and see if you like them, Seito said again as he shook his head helplessly. On the small square table he got from the Rubik's Cube world, there were tomato scrambled eggs, mapo tofu, fried shredded potatoes, egg pancakes, and a small bowl of vegetable soup. 5 steaming dishes and 2 bowls of white rice were placed on the table, emitting a tempting aroma. After putting on her clothes, Rinbo Ray, who had changed back to her student appearance, walked to the table and sat down. She silently picked up the bowl and chopsticks in front of her, picked up some tomato eggs and rice, and put them into her mouth. How is it? Seito asked with a smile. It's delicious, Rinbo Ray replied expressionlessly. Thank you. You're welcome. Seito, who also picked up the bowl and chopsticks, smiled and said, But if you really want to thank me, please smile at me. Smile? Rinbo Ray repeated softly. Yes. Seito looked at her with a smile and replied. Rinbo Ray looked at Seito quietly for a while. Then, her expression stiffened and the corners of her mouth curled up, revealing a slightly fake smile. But that was all. Seito was still very happy to be able to make Rinbo Ray smile. It's beautiful, Seito praised softly. Okay, let's eat. Seito picked up 2 more tomatoes and eggs and put them in Rinbo Lee's bowl. After that, the 2 of them lowered their heads and silently enjoyed the dinner in front of them. About 20 minutes later, the 2 of them finished eating. Seito moved the leftovers in front of him back to the Rubik's Cube world to dispose of them. He took out a 3D projector and activated it in the corner of the room. Then, he returned to Rinbo Lee's side, who was silently watching his actions. He reached out to hold Rinbo Lee's waist and sat on the bed to watch. Perhaps she had never seen such a shameless person before. Before the cameras started rolling, Ling Bo Li turned to look at Seito. He stared at him expressionlessly. Do you feel the warmth? Is it the feeling of humans snuggling together? Seito turned his head and looked at Rinbo Li. He reached out to grab Rinbo Li's hand and slid it under the hem of his shirt until it reached his chest. Then, he pressed it against his chest and smiled. At this time, a piece of music was played from the projector. The content that was going to be played was the animation that Seito chose after much consideration, Magician for Rent. Watch. It's starting. Seito reminded her. Rinbo Li turned her head and looked at the 3D projector. She was lost in thought as she watched the Magician for Rent that was playing on the screen. Are those the abilities that humans can have? After a while, Rinboli, who had finished watching the first episode, suddenly asked, "Yes, but most of the abilities that you saw just now require a long period of training. They won't be powerful as soon as they awaken." Seito explained. "Do you want to learn?" Seito turned his head and looked at Rinboli, who was in his arms at the beginning. Rinboli, who was already used to it, asked, "No need." Rinboli refused without hesitation. "Why?" Seito asked. "I don't have time," Rinboli replied in a low voice. "Because of the Eva?" Seito asked again. Rinboli withdrew her gaze from the projector and looked at Seito. She stared straight into his eyes. Obviously, she was curious about Seito, this mysterious guy. In addition, she probably wanted to use this as a form of tacit agreement. "Then have you ever thought about not driving that thing in the future?" Seito asked in a low voice. "I'm driving the Eva as a pilot." After a moment of silence, Rinboli replied. "That is to say, if Eva is gone. Without the Eva, you won't know what to do, right?" Rinboli didn't answer. She silently agreed in her unique way. "Then learn from me. Then use learning and cultivation as your life in the future. Let yourself become a special human like me. Become an important existence to me." Seito slowly lowered his head and said to Rinboli. In Seito's perception, Rinboli's mental waves slightly jumped a few times. Obviously, Rinboli was touched by his words. But because she was still suspicious of Seito, she didn't express it like she did after meeting Zhen Si in the original work. At this time, a new episode was played on the 3D projector. "Let's watch the animation first." Seito kissed Rinboli's forehead under her red eyes and said. Rinboli didn't say anything. She turned her head and continued to watch the show on the projector. In the following time, Rinboli was hugged by Seito as they watched Magician for Rent. In the blink of an eye, it was around 10 o'clock at night. Out of habit and the need for tomorrow's test mission, Rinboli struggled out of Seito's arms. She laid on the bed and closed her eyes to rest while facing the wall. Seeing this, Seito tactfully turned off the projector. He got up and went to the bathroom to take a shower. Then he returned to the room and laid on Rinboli's bed. He stretched out his arms and hugged Rinboli, who hadn't completely fallen asleep yet. He pressed her back against his chest and put his chin on Rinboli's neck. He sniffed the fragrance of her hair and closed his eyes. It was the first time Rinboli was hugged like this. She opened her eyes and quietly looked at the wall in front of her before closing them again. She fell asleep as if she didn't have a heart. "Lee, get up and eat breakfast." The next morning, Seito woke up Rinboli, who was still asleep. Hearing the greeting, Rinbo-rei slowly opened her red eyes. She looked at Ito-sei's smiling face in front of her in a daze. "Lee, get up and eat breakfast." Seito smiled again. Rinboli, who regained her senses, sat up when Seito stepped back. She turned her head and looked at the breakfast on the small square table. Seito sensed her spirit fluctuating again. Then, he stood up and walked into the washroom to freshen up. Looking at Rinbo-rei walking into the washroom, Ito-sei smiled gently. "Can you come back at noon?" "At the table?" Seito asked. "I have work," Rinboli replied concisely. "What about tonight?" Seito asked again. "I don't know. It depends on the schedule and the time it ends." Ionbo-rei replied again. Compared to last night, Ionbo-rei's attitude towards Ito-seiji was much better. At least, she knew how to answer simple questions. "It seems like dinner still needs to be prepared. What do you want to eat?" Seito asked. This question. Rinboli didn't know why, or maybe she didn't even think about what she liked to eat, but she remained silent until breakfast was over. "It's fine as long as there's no meat." Rinboli picked up her black leather bag and was about to leave the house, but she suddenly said, "Okay." Seito smiled. Rinboli didn't look back after she got the answer. She pushed the door open and walked out. "Be careful," Seito reminded her. Bang! The door closed again after it lost the external support. Seito saw that he was the only one in the room again. He used telekinesis to clean up the room and sat cross-legged on the bed again. He closed his eyes and began to cultivate. He used this method to pass the time. Fortunately, their luck was not bad that day. Ayanami actually came home at night. Naturally, the two of them had dinner together in silence. After washing up, she was forced to open her arms and embrace by Ito Saihara. Together, they watched the second half of Rental Wizard, that they had not finished yesterday. Just like that, Rinboli didn't tell Never about him, and the two of them lived together in silence for 5 days. However, on this day, not long after Rinboli left home, a strange spatial ripple attracted Ito's attention. Apostle, Ito Seijin thought as he turned his head to look in the direction of the spatial ripples. Then, with a flash, he disappeared from Ayanami's room and appeared in the sky outside, moving towards the location of the spatial ripples. 10 seconds later, Seito appeared in the sky above a town. In an instant, a dark green creature with a height of more than 40 meters, with a weird humanoid shape, but its face was covered with a mask that looked like a skeleton, came into Ito Sei's sight. Under the gaze of many airplanes, tanks, and missile launchers, it moved step by step in the direction of the third new Tokyo city. The third apostle, Water Angel. Seito whispered to himself. Whoosh 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 whoosh, boom 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 boom. The next moment, along with a series of rapid air-piercing sounds, a large number of missiles and cannons flew out from the foothills on both sides of the mountain. All of them were fired at the slowly moving giant apostles. When they hit their targets, they exploded, forming balls of blazing flames that enveloped the Water Angel. Whoosh! But shortly after, 2 scarlet beams of light shot out from the cluster of flames that hadn't dispersed yet. They swept across the surroundings like scanning rays. Then, the buildings, rocks, and military weapons that were swept away collapsed and exploded in a series of loud booms, losing their original functions. Then, even more missiles and cannons were fired back. But just like before, apart from stopping Water Angel's movement, it still didn't cause any damage. But at this moment, another giant humanoid body appeared on the battlefield. It was the body piloted by Rinbo Rei, Eva No. 0. The body of Eva No. 0, which was connected to a power cable behind it, moved like an athlete sprinting at the start of a sprint. It rushed in front of Water Angel and engaged in close combat. Bang 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 bang. Fierce collision sounds echoed in the sky. Compared to the original No. 0, whose combat effectiveness was greatly reduced due to the injury of the pilot, Rei and Bori, under Ito Sei's care, even if it was injured, it would be treated immediately. Then, it would be wrapped in some bandages to deceive the medical staff of NEVR. It was obvious that Rei and Bori's combat effectiveness was much stronger. She did not expect that the Water Angel would cut through her breastplate as soon as she came into contact with Rei and Bori. In less than 10 seconds after she appeared, she was summoned back to NEVR headquarters. Instead, she faithfully followed the combat instructions of the headquarters to stall for time. But in the end, this was the first time Eva No. 0 engaged in a real battle with an apostle. In terms of combat experience, Rinbo Rei, who only used the simulation system for training and had a low synchronization rate, was a far cry from an apostle who had combat instincts and a learning mechanism. Therefore, in less than a minute, Eva No. 0 was heavily injured by Water Angel's beam attack. It looked like it was about to be scrapped. Seito couldn't bear to see Eva No. 0 being tortured. His figure flashed and suddenly appeared in front of Eva No. 0. He projected his telekinesis to form a telekinetic barrier and blocked Water Angel's attack outside the barrier. Rei, back off, Seito, who maintained the telekinetic barrier, connected to Rinbo Rei through telepathy and said, "Done." Rinbo Rei muttered as she saw the outside through Eva No. 0's eyes. "What is that?" At the same time, all the NEVR headquarters staff and those military personnel who still didn't trust NEVR and were making plans for the NEVR battle were dumbfounded by the strange scene on the screen. They were speechless. "Lock on to him," Lien Yuandu ordered with his fingers crossed in front of his mouth. "Yes," the short-haired woman, Ibuki Maya, quickly replied. "What is that? A human? Or a monster?" A high-ranking military official questioned loudly. Lien Yuandu didn't care about this guy, so he didn't answer that person's question. He just stared deeply at the scene on the screen. No one knew what he was thinking. "What is that?" On the other side, the protagonist of the New Age Evangelion world, Ibuki Shinji, also stared in shock at Sei Ito, who blocked the Apostle's attack with his tiny human body. "Who knows?" Guching Meili, who was wearing a red jacket and a black miniskirt, had a pair of beautiful legs exposed and a pair of black high-heel leather shoes on her feet. Her long black hair was naturally scattered behind her head as she spoke in a bad mood. "We don't have time to care about what that thing is, let's go." Then, she pulled Ibuki Shinji into the car and ran to the driver's seat, started the car, and quickly drove away. Chapter 1311. P.S. Thank you to Yenxian Yen, Gu168-878-0145, and Tcan for your precious monthly vote. Okay, there are N2 mines buried under the ground here. Leave quickly. Rinbo Rei, who regained her senses, quickly reminded Sei Ito loudly. As soon as these words came out, they were instantly transmitted to the NEVR headquarters through the communication system connected to the EVA. All the NEVR staff were shocked and confused at the same time. They couldn't figure out how Rinbo Rei, who had always been like an ice goddess and whose life consisted of school, home, and the NEVR headquarters, got to know this guy. "I know. You leave first." Sei Ito, who used the psychic barrier to block Water Angel's continuous attacks, turned his head slightly and looked at the Zero machine behind him from the corner of his eyes. Rinbo Rei, who looked at Sei Ito through the Zero machine, gritted her teeth, quickly retreated, and took an elevator back to the NEVR headquarters. Seeing that the Zero machine had left, Sei Ito did not hesitate. His figure flashed and disappeared from the spot. Just 5 seconds after Sei Ito disappeared, a large cluster of light with a diameter of 3 kilometers, emitting a dazzling light like a falling sun, rose. A loud roar reverberated in an instant. A powerful shockwave spread out from the mushroom cloud, destroying all the buildings and equipment in its path into a pile of dust. "Success! We killed him! Great!" Similar sounds of praise could be heard from the group of officers. "Dong Yu, go and call Rinbo Rei over." Lien Yuandu, who was looking at the screen that had temporarily lost its effect due to electromagnetic interference, ordered the white-haired man standing beside him. "Yes." The man named Dong Yu accepted the order, then left the command room and went to the garage to meet Rinbo Rei, who had just gone offline. On the side, a glamorous woman with short blonde hair turned her head and glanced at Dong Yu, who turned around and left. Then, her gaze fell back on the big screen in front of her. "I've received the signal," Ibuki Maya shouted. As soon as he finished speaking, the screen flashed, and the scene of the Apostle scene appeared on the big screen again, reflecting in everyone's eyes. "How is this possible? Our trump card. We even sacrificed a city. Monster!" The officers, who had been very excited just now, were now shouting crazily with disbelief on their faces. "Yes, I understand. Yes. I'll take my leave first." At this moment, the old man with the highest rank among the officers suddenly picked up a phone and answered in a low voice with a respectful expression. "Ting." Then, the old man who had hung up the phone looked at Ting Yuandu sternly and said, "Headquarters has issued an order. From now on, the command of this battle will be handed over to you. Let's see what you've got." Our country has confirmed that all the weapons of the army have no effect on the target, but Can you win? The old man asked with a worried expression. Don't worry, an EVR was established for this purpose. He was wearing a black clerical uniform and white glove. Ting Yuandu, who was wearing brown sunglasses, raised his hand and said in a deep voice. Then we'll wait for your good news. The old man looked deeply at Ting Yuandu's face and said in a deep voice. Then, he pressed the button of the elevator and disappeared with the seat below. In addition, we'll investigate the suspected human target from before. UNEVR don't need to intervene. The old man spoke again before disappearing. But from the meaning of the words, no matter how you looked at it, it was a warning for NEVR to take the lead. I understand. Ting Yuandu replied in a deep voice. Pissed suddenly, there was a soft sound. The group of old men from the military department completely disappeared under the closed deck and disappeared in front of the people in the NEVR command room. Target 2 has appeared again. At this moment, a young man with short hair and rimless glasses on his face, who looked to be around 25 years old, suddenly spoke, attracting the attention of everyone around him to the screen. On the screen, Sei Ito's figure, which was many times smaller than the apostle's figure, once again appeared in the sky in front of the apostle. He floated there and quietly confronted the apostle. Pust! In the next moment, the apostle's eyes released two powerful rays of light that shot towards Sei Ito. Sei Ito stretched out his left arm. A powerful barrier with a semicircular surface was erected in front of him, blocking the beam of light that the apostle shot out, diverting it away. Then, his right hand pointed directly at the ground and used his electric discharge and electromagnetic control ability to release waves of blue light on the ground that contained a large amount of iron dust. Under the influence of the blue light waves, a large amount of iron dust as black as ink was sucked up from the ground. The top of the iron dust turned into a shape similar to a handle and was held by Sei Ito's right hand. This guy, who the hell is he? The long-haired Qing Yi Mao, who looked like a rock star, murmured. Pust! At this moment, following this light sound, the man named Dong Yu and Rinbo Li, who was wearing a white anti-pressure protective suit, appeared in the command room. But at this time, everyone's eyes fell on the big screen in front of them. No one paid attention to the appearance of these two people. Similarly, Rinbo Li, who just entered the command room, also looked at the scene displayed on the screen. At this time, Sei Ito, who had gathered a large amount of iron dust under the protection of the telekinetic barrier, raised his arm and the large amount of iron dust connected to the ground immediately slashed forward, forming a huge black sword curtain that was about 50 meters tall that directly slashed towards Water Angel's body. Phase shift reaction appeared. Hyuga Ching shouted. And in his voice, a multi-layered light yellow energy barrier appeared in front of Water Angel, blocking Sei Ito's iron sand sword slash. Phase shift. It turns out that the force field is also a space element. Sei Ito, who detected the fluctuations in the surrounding space form at the moment when the force field appeared, whispered to himself. Then he raised his arm high, and the black dragon that was rubbing against the force field made a crunch-crunch sound as it rose into the air and slashed down again. Puff! This time, the force field could no longer block Sei Ito's attack. The sand curtain that he swung down cut a wide crack with colorful light, and Water Angel lost an arm in the slash. Oh! A hollow howl came from Water Angel's body. Die! Then, Sei Ito's wrist turned from a downward slash to a horizontal slash. In an instant, the front end of the slash split into several black sand whips that cut across Water Angel's body, including the core of Water Angel's chest, into several pieces. Puff chi! A large amount of blood gushed out from Water Angel's body that was cut into several sections like a high-pressure water gun. Walla lala! The black sand that had completed its task of killing Water Angel instantly scattered, and fell into the blood lake on the ground like rain, splashing a bunch of small water droplet. Then Sei Ito's figure flashed and appeared next to Rinbo Li in the NEVR battle command room. He said to the NEVR members who hadn't reacted yet, "I think you're very interested in that thing, so I'll leave it to you." Whoosh. Almost at the same time, the people in the battle command room who had a little military knowledge all took a defensive posture, pulled out their pistols from their waists, and pointed them at Sei-Ito. "Do you think that thing is useful to me?" Sei-Ito glanced at the crowd and said with a smile. Aobao Yabao, Hyuga Ching, and Ibuki Maya looked at each other, then still kept their guns motionless. It's estimated that in their hearts, this is the only way to bring them some psychological security. "Who are you?" The expressionless Dan Yuandu lowered his head slightly, raised his hand to push the frame of his glasses, and asked. "Sei-Ito, for now, I'm Rinbo Li's guardian." Sei-Ito turned his head and looked at Rinbo Li beside him with a chuckle, then turned his head and looked at the three people with guns on the other side. He squinted at Dan Yuandu and continued, "But are you really going to continue the discussion here? Come with me." Dan Yuandu and Sei-Ito looked at each other for a moment with a smile on his face, then turned around and said. Sei-Ito smiled slightly and stepped forward to follow. "Inform the logistics team, let them rush to the scene immediately to carry out the apostle recovery work." Behind the two, the blonde woman Dr. Akagi Ryuko's order faintly came from behind. About 3 minutes later, Sei-Ito, led by Dan Yuandu, was taken to a very empty room. At first glance, it was definitely more than 200 square meters, but there was only a Western-style long table and 2 high-back wooden chairs in the center of the room. There were no other furnishings in the room except for the engraved pattern of the Kabbalah tree of life on the floor and ceiling. Should I say, as expected of a guy who specializes in mysticism, the shape of the room actually reminds me of the days when I entered the core of the sea world. Sei-Ito, who took in the environment of the room, secretly curled his lip. "Your purpose?" Dan Yuandu, who was sitting at the end of the long table with Sei-Ito, said. "Obtain the first machine and all the data related to the EVA. On the way, take away Adam, Lily, and Longinus." Leaning back in the chair, Sei-Ito, who was relaxed, chuckled. "Do you mean sex?" Dan Yuandu's expression didn't change as he asked again. "Those guys who only have their heads left can't order me around," Sei-Ito said with disdain. "I can be you, but only after everything is over," Dan Yuandu said coldly. "Human completion plan?" Sei-Ito raised his eyebrows. Dan Yuandu didn't answer and directly admitted it. "I thought you would be smarter, but forget it." Sei-Ito stretched out his hands and pressed on the edge of the long table in front of him. He stood up and shook his head regretfully. "As you wish, I'll send you to see Iwei." As soon as he finished speaking, Ito-sei's eyes flashed, and a powerful spiritual force came out of his eyes and shot into Dan Yuandu's mind. "If you like this work, you are welcome to vote for it. Your support is my biggest motivation. Mobile users, please read it here. You're tuning in to the Phoenix Knights YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.